Remarkable! Incredible! Unbelievable!
Save! And Spark are champions! Good up, Pepe! Goal!
It doesn't get any better than that!
Intensity has been FA Euro New York's driving factor in giving opponents a tough time on the field, regardless of the side of the scoreline that the club finds itself. Earlier this month, this home side, or today's home side, found its second win of the season and is hoping to push some of this inertia onward. Similarly, FC Westchester is familiar with the importance of an unyielding mindset and will attempt to exhibit this on this Brooklyn turf. It's a very sunny Saturday afternoon, currently 56 degrees Fahrenheit, 57 degrees Fahrenheit now that it's being updated. Absolute sun, hardly any winds despite the weather reports claiming such. Supposedly feels like 49, but to me it feels closer to 60. We should have a stellar day for what should be excellent MLS Next soccer. I am Sean Cabrera, behind the camera is Nicholas Marshall, and this is the first feature in today's MLS Next triple header on Game in Frame. Of course, which has been brought to you by Salt Athletic. Salt Athletic has made the world's freshest, most advanced cleat bag that blocks smell by using antimicrobial technology that makes for odor-free car rides and houses. Of course, we're talking about the Air Case. Salt Athletic is offering the Game in Frame community an exclusive discount, so scan the QR code on your screen to get 10% off and keep it fresh. And in the meanwhile, we could also go over today's full roster for FA Euro New York, the home side in this bout. Starting in goal, we will be looking at David Sheehan with the number 1 on his back. He will be accompanied, according to the submission here, with a back line of 5. On the right-hand side, the fullback will be Festus Howard. Right next to him, playing as the first center back, will be Pietro Ventura, who's making his return following an injury. So welcome back to Ventura. Right in the center of it all will be Dima Sinenki. Alongside him, we'll find Logan Guignard. And to his left, at the fullback role, we'll find Leon Shebarovsky. Playing as the center defensive midfielder in this formation will be Lambert, specifically Caleb Lambert. He has 2 midfielders in front of him today. One will be Alex Rakowski and the other one, Mark Eisenberg. Lastly, there will be a front line of 2. At the vanguard, we'll find Axel Pucheta, who made his debut with this side not too long ago, as well as hat-trick hero from earlier this March, Joshua Fishman. Of course, that has been your full starting 11 here for FA Euro New York. The rest of the squad will also include Perin Devnani on the bench alongside Vitaly Yusufov, David Rubin, Krish Reddy, as well as Patrick Ivory and Oliver Vasquez, alongside Abel Miropol. as both sides do get in their final talks. FC Westchester will be sporting a full blue uniform accompanied by orange socks as well as white and orange details. Meanwhile, FA Euro New York sporting a full white kit. I believe their goalkeeper will be wearing a red uniform today, as in fact Sheehan will be participating in this coin toss as the unit of captains converge here right by the center of the field, as FC Westchester ready to get this game ongoing. Meanwhile, FA Euro New York with one more huddle. In fact, the Brooklynites again resumed their season by storming their Bayside visitors in Staten Island with a remarkable 5-2 performance, which was then followed up by a tough 2-4 loss the next day to Metropolitan Oval Academy that demonstrated, however, the players' collective push despite the result. FC Westchester is given the troubling task of equaling FA Euro New York's potent drive at home, and in doing so, delivering what would be a respectable away win, as it will be the visiting side in blue that will get the ball rolling first. The referee ensuring everything is in order. I was still looking for confirmations here, some slight changes in the formation being sported by FA Euro New York. Referee gives the okay. And you are watching U13 MLS Next live from Brooklyn, New York on Game in Frame. Again, I am Sean Cabrera. Behind the camera is Nicholas Marshall, and we both thank you for tuning into this transmission of MLS Next on Game in Frame. As immediately trying to take away the ball is Mark Eisenberg, unable to do so, but he does have some help, as on the ball currently is Caleb Lambert, trusting the footwork of his fullback Pietro Ventura in this case. It's interesting that now they're switching up to a 4-3-3-esque formation, now that Joshua Fishman is playing as the leading striker here. As Fishman nearly takes away the ball, it's not Pucheta, who likewise tries to dispossess the goalkeeper, as the netminder in bright pink doesn't collapse. Very firm in his footwork. Speaking of firm footwork, talk about a half roulette there being shown by FC Westchester as that ball rolls out of play for the first time today. FA Euro New York likewise with the first throw-in in this fixture, launching it toward the vicinity of Alex Rakovsky, as Pucheta dashes along the left wing with one defender closely marking him. Pucheta tries pushing it forward. Pucheta wins the first corner kick of this game. It only took less than 90 seconds for this to occur. And in their penultimate matches, all units of the FA Euro squad had conceded early goals, or rather had also conceded first. It's FA Euro, however, with the first offensive advantage, as this one served toward the far post. Goalkeeper might have gotten a slight mitt to it. And yes, there will be back-to-back corner kicks. The goalkeeper did, in fact, get the slightest bit of contact. And suddenly we felt that gust of wind. A very short one at that. Feels more refreshing than anything else. Hardly frigid. A lovely day for soccer. As FA Euro New York once more from the opposite side for this corner kick toward the far post now. Deflection caught by the goalkeeper. Very firm on his line as he rolls it out. FC Westchester biding its time, looking for options, trying to drive it centrally. Instead, FA Euro New York with an interception. Eisenberg playing it back to Dima Sinenki. Dima playing it along the left-hand side. I believe that's Leon Shebarovsky. Over to the far end, accompanied by Pucheta. Now has help by Mark Eisenberg, who receives accolades from his coach for that drive. Fishman trying to take advantage of that loose ball. Goalkeeper with the proper instincts there. A quick pass back that perhaps need a little more power. Luckily for FC Westchester, the goalkeeper in a great position to clear it out of harm's way. As the visiting side, unable to fully retain possession in the enemy half so far, and these opening sequences of the game. Of course, there's still a lot to go. as head coach Adam Marku serves that ball back into play so that his player can take this free kick. Launched toward Fishman. Fishman beats one defender with the right foot, shoots with the left, just barely wide. An excellent display of by-footedness. Fabulously done by Fishman, almost paying it off as well. And talk about a service there from the free kick spot. Practically from midfield, as bringing it down with a lot of class as Rakowski. As that ball trickles out of play, not for a corner kick, but rather for a throw-in. Give or take 5 yards away from the corner kick spot, in fact. Rakowski receiving it from Festus Howard. Driven in with the right foot. However, that had already gone out of play. Good eyes by the lead referee and assistant referee. It's a goal kick for FC Westchester. As Shaborovsky lets his presence be known, wins the throw-in indirectly. Shaborovsky, likewise on throw-in duty. Fishman tried using the heel there. FC Westchester still not able to fully dispossess FA Euro New York, as this one is just outside the 18-yard box. It's now FC Westchester in the driver's seat along the left wing. Westchester looking for a counterattack. Instead, it's Caleb Lambert that snuffs it out. The players in blue, unable to beat the head of Leon Shaborovsky. Receiving some pressure there by Mark Eisenberg. Festus Howard likewise with Caleb Lambert. Dynamic duo there on the defense. It's Joshua Fishman who looks to take advantage of that loose ball. Gets past the goalkeeper. Fishman brought down. Ball goes still in play, in fact. The referee now forced to pause the game. Very smart dribbling by Fishman. But perhaps an even better moment of defense. Taking it right at the very last second. Poking it away from the hat-trick hero earlier this month. Festus Howard interferes early. Again, a great defensive recovery by FC Westchester, as the goalkeeper is required for this one. Once again, opting to roll it out. Shaborovsky has Mark Eisenberg to help him out. Eisenberg has Caleb Lambert right behind him. Instead, drives it forward. Buchetta, as the center back of FC Westchester, with some firm defending. FA Euro New York has to do the same. A clearance that goes high, but not too long. Lambert using the top of his head to at least push it forward. Lambert has some reinforcement. Westchester, with perhaps its first moment here of firm possession in the opposition's half, and maybe with a favorable free kick here, especially toward the far post here. Played short instead, back to the original server, driven along the ground. Caleb Lambert contesting for that ball. FA Euro New York, I believe, draws the foul. This one lobbed toward Fishman. Fishman once more almost getting away from his defender fully. Instead, that slightest bit of contact from that center back doing just enough to get past the striker for FA Euro New York. A battle of the midfield here. Seems like every player is being double teamed. As according to the referee, there was an instant of an offside call, I believe against Fishman. One of those bang-bang plays, as Festus Howard gets his left foot in the way, pushing the enemy out wide for a throw-in now. Toward our near side, as the representatives of Westchester County were entering the 18-yard box. However, that winger was offside. The assistant referee immediately raising the flag for that call. Hardly any doubts. Fishman once more. Has some help. Festus Howard commits the sin. A good draw of the foul by FC Westchester. A result of some nifty footwork. Left-footed service toward the right-hand side. Gets away from one defender. Still with Westchester. Inside the 18-yard box. That's stellar! Soars over the crossbar. That's a fabulous drive by FC Westchester. Perhaps frightening for a moment the back line of FA Euro New York. As this goal kick nearly makes its way toward Fishman. And now we're starting to see the mobility perhaps of the formation on display by FA Euro New York. A 5-3-2 changes to a 4-3-3. However, for now, the 5-3-2 formation currently being used as Pucheta low pressures the goalkeeper. Goalkeeper with hardly any sort of problems, able to play it out toward the nearest fullback. As FA Euro New York wins itself a throw-in. Now approaching the enemy third. Westchester clearing it out of harm's way. It's now a chase down for the ball. And it's Sheehan who blasts it with the right foot across the halfway line. The referee noticing the handball. Can't really argue those either. As taking the free kick is Dima Sinenki, wearing the number 2 on his back, Pucheta, hoping that Fishman could have picked up that quick signal. Sinenki winning that aerial duel. Eisenberg trying to do the same. Festus Howard lobbing it. Goalkeeper hops and gets it. Good goalkeeping. Very aware of the situation, not only in his own third, but also in his own penalty area. Westchester winning back this loose ball, flicking it backward with the head. Very nice pass. Close call there as well. Still with Westchester, however, along the right wing. FC Westchester unable to get past for now Pietro Ventura, who again is making his return following an ankle injury. Although he did play a half versus Oakwood Soccer Club. With the first shot being faked, has to play it laterally, or better said diagonally, backwards almost. And the shot does take a deflection. Sheehan dashing just in time to keep that ball in play, not opting to concede a corner kick. And now Sheehan has a lot of time here. The netminder in scarlet punts this one with his right foot, making its way toward the FA Euro New York 45-yard line. Fishman then able to fully make contact with his head, and in fact he makes the final touch. Throw-in now for FC Westchester. As the first 12 minutes of this match have gone by, it's still scoreless. Sheehan has to retreat. Sheehan may be required. Sheehan gets a touch. It's FC Westchester that gets the goal. Goal! FC Westchester! Surprising the back line. Lightning fast. Absorbing the pressure very quickly in the opening minutes. It results in a 1-goal advantage now in favor of the visiting side. As FA Euro New York seeks to respond. As Dima Sinenki's kick is blocked. The follow-up as well, it's a throw-in now for FA Euro New York, according to the referee. As it's with Rakowski, I believe. Rakowski Fishman, one-on-one, commits the sin as well. The two players colliding, however, it was Fishman who clipped him in the back. Perhaps unintentionally at that, but still a foul regardless. Westchester. It's Joshua Fishman who's being told by Coach Adam Marku to get to the ball first there. Launched forward, past the halfway line. Dimasinenki uses his heel. Another throw-in for FC Westchester. Again, the visiting side with the lead for now. As that ball goes out of play beyond this venue. Currently in the spring, or this spring I should say, FC Westchester is 2-2. Which in fact did include a 4-2 victory versus FA Euro. Of course, earlier in this half of the season. As the goalkeeper in pink, now in control of the ball, inside his own penalty area, playing it forward, taking a gamble. It does pay off as Rakowski wasn't too far away. Westchester, no longer in possession of the ball. It's now with Pietro Ventura. As that ball goes out of play, FC Westchester with another throw-in. It's very surprising how FC Westchester was able to reply to the opening 10 minutes of this game where it felt like an FA Euro offensive display. But again, in the blink of an eye, FC Westchester has turned that around, winning throw-ins in the opposition's half, not to mention possession. And in reality, in its second shot attempted as well with a goal. Still with Westchester. The uptown neighbors from just outside the city itself, here in New York. Pucheta taking the ball away. Pucheta has Joshua Fishman to his right-hand side. Still with Pucheta, driving it all the way. Pucheta! That shot going well wide. You can tell just by that body language that he wants that chance again. Everything done perfectly. Was just missing that final blow. As FA Euro New York hopes that that's a sign of better things to come here. Taken away by FA Euro New York. Rakowski dancing around three defenders. I believe it's Caleb Lambert. Lambert inside the penalty area. Goalkeeper, firm hands. Good positioning from the goalkeeper. As it was Lambert who made a surprising drive down the center. Normally playing a defensive role, one was not expecting Lambert to make his way into the penalty area, let alone to pull the trigger. Statistically, I do believe that FA Euro New York has attempted more shots in this game, but it's still Westchester that has the advantage of the scoreboard. As the center back is unable to get past Caleb Lambert with his head. Rakowski to Joshua Fishman perhaps. Fishman, right-footed shot. No, faked the first time. Selfless piece of play, blocked by a defender. Rakowski draws the foul. Collision of cleats there. Just the slightest nick, and FA Euro New York is able to win this free kick in what should be a great spot, give or take 30 yards away from goal. Maybe even a little bit closer, 29 yards away from goal. As he faces a three-man wall, Eisenberg to loop this one off the crossbar. Ball still in play. A lot of ferocity in that downspin. Rakowski to Lambert. Westchester, very resilient in the neutral third. Excellent through pass, just a little too much juice as Sheehan is able to clear this one out of harm's way. Great transition play by FC Westchester. As we are seeing our first personnel change here of the game. Exiting for now is Pietro Ventura. As we confirm shortly who enters, that's Chris Reddy, who in his second to last home game scored the second goal for FA Euro New York after having received a chaotic cross from Joshua Fishman. Rakowski to Pucheta. Pucheta now to Fishman perhaps. Fishman along the left-hand side. Fishman is offside. Although it looks like the referee is trying to explain to Fishman that he was in fact offside. I have to admit, I do like this style of arbitration. It's not necessarily required that you receive an explanation from the referee when it comes to those sorts of scenarios, but I do like personally an arbitrator was able to tell the players on the field, specifically those involved in the play, as to what had occurred. And likewise, as a commentator, it makes it a lot easier for me to see who in fact was the player offside. Westchester. First pass is faked. He's forced to play it diagonally. And perhaps it's Westchester that's trying to take advantage here of the constant double marking on display by FA Euro New York. As now we're seeing as well other substitutions here. A triplet of them, in fact. As now the sun has gone away for now, covered up by white clouds in the sky, with maybe a hint of gray. Let's hope that's not a sign of bad weather. Let's just hope. As Pucheta, unable to connect with Fishman. Westchester trying to link up as well in the middle third. It's Festus Howard who takes it away. Festus Howard lobbing it with the left foot toward the vicinity of Joshua Fishman. Too much juice behind it, however. Goalkeeper once more rolling it out toward his preferred right-hand side at this moment. Another lobbed pass. Another pass that's cut short by Dima Sinenki. Again, FA Euro New York so far in this first half coming so close, but for now no cigar. Perhaps the most highlight-worthy plays being Pucheta's solo drive that resulted in a very wide shot. As Pucheta, in fact, looks for redemption. Here comes Pucheta inside the penalty area. Pucheta ends up winning a corner kick. Good sliding challenge by the defender. Down in the count, it was a 2-on-1 counter. And somehow it's the defense that emerges somewhat victorious, only conceding a corner kick here. As the Brooklyn Knights hope that the third time is the charm. The referee taking a pause here. Maybe seeing some shoving that he's not liking. In fact, it does look like he's talking to the player inside the 6-yard box. It looks like Rakowski, who might have been shoving the goalkeeper inside his own 6-yard box. Played toward the far post, where ultimately no white jersey was, as Caleb Lambert would have committed the foul. Excellent hop there by the FC Westchester midfielder. Oh, the counterattack is on. You don't often get to see those sorts of hops over the ball. And in that instance, it almost worked out perfectly. Lobbed, cleared away by Eisenberg. Fishman, shoulder charge. Rakowski brought down. An innocent crash there as the two players sought only the ball. And we're seeing even more aggressive marking from FC Westchester. Of course, aggressive in a good way. As now we're seeing a duo of changes. Rakowski exits alongside Festus Howard. Entering the game is David Rubin. And I believe Oliver Vasquez. As Sheehan required for another clearance. He's been kept quite busy outside his own 18-yard box. FC Westchester with the throw-in. As we're not too far away from the halftime whistle, give or take 10 minutes away. Of course, that's not including stoppage time. Westchester. Still with the out-of-towners, quote-unquote. Fishman. Left-footed push inward. Right-footed pass toward Pucheta. Pucheta looks to block the goalkeeper's pass. Calm one instead toward the right-hand side. A good turnaround by the midfielder, looking for some space, playing it out toward the right wing. An overlapping runner, receiving the pass, poked away. The assistant referee signals it an FA Euro New York ball. Of course, the U14 and U15 squads of these clubs continue our MLS Next triple header, with the former starting after this match around 4 p.m. and the latter at 6 p.m. Now tomorrow, March 23rd, New York Athletic Club intends on digging itself out of the American Premier Soccer League Metropolitan Conference mid-table by challenging a powerful Manhattan Celtics side at 12:15 p.m. Also in this APSL conference, Hoboken FC looks to stun current title favorites New York Penn Cyprian Freedoms in a 4 p.m. clash. All these matches will be broadcast exclusively here on Game in Frame, your home for grassroots soccer. Dimasinenki. Hoping to connect with one of the latest entries in this game, David Rubin. And of course, while you're at it, do make sure to follow Game in Frame on Instagram at Game in Frame for the latest in Northeast grassroots soccer. Pucheta using the outside part of his foot, hoping to keep it in play. As FC Westchester takes this throw-in in the opposition's half. Soft throw-in. Goes out of play. It's Reddy who takes the throw-in. Well, it's just been a back and forth of throw-ins in these last 60 seconds or so. Back and forth, back and forth. Although this one is signaled as a free kick, so I may have to eat my words there. Vasquez. Fishman. Bouncing off the back of a defender. Bouncing off the visage, I believe, of Mark Eisenberg. Axel Pucheta, now the only white jersey in the opposition's third. Rubin, unable to get that challenge in efficiently. He has a second chance here with a sliding tackle. Very well done. And here we are with the same old song and dance, a throw-in on this near side. Chris Reddy. Vasquez. Vasquez to Pucheta. Oliver. Here comes Vasquez. Playing it maybe a little bit too wide toward Fishman, who does have time by the corner kick flag, evades one. Dodges two, lobs this one, still inside the penalty area. FA Euro New York looking for a penalty, the referee not abiding that. Second chance perhaps for the players in white. Chaos inside the penalty area. The ball continues to bounce around before the goalkeeper recovers. Avoiding panic has really been the name of FC Westchester's game. We talked about how psychology will play an important factor here for these two teams. Of course, this is a U13 match. And although it's admittedly quite a young game, if you want to look at it from that perspective, it's really these sorts of moments that help craft better players for the future. When you're able to withhold that sort of pressure and able to respond excellently, again, that's what generates the future of modern day soccer, as Fishman is offside by about half a body according to the assistant referee. As now FAO New York lets its disgruntlement be known with the offside calls. Although they do perhaps have a case, the locals here, I'm not sure I can say it's the wrong decision. It did look like just about half a body, but nothing more, as Patrick Ivory makes his appearance on the field. Ivory also responsible for a goal versus Bayside FC and that Staten Island-based game, as we have approached the final 5 minutes in this fixture, or I should say in the first half of this fixture, as Di Masinenki turns it into a fruitful pass toward Vasquez. Vasquez hoping to do the same. Interference instead by FC Westchester, still in the middle third. It's really a tussle for the ball as Ivory plays it back toward Ruben. Ruben with an excellent play toward Vasquez. Vasquez has Ivory up front. Ivory makes sure to make himself onside. A valid player here as Vasquez. Vasquez took his time, wins the throw-in instead. This side of the field has been kept extra busy. In other words, FC Westchester's left-hand side and FAO New York's right-hand side. It's been very well utilized today, as a calm header is shown by Abel Mirapol. As not too much time is left here in this first half. Miscommunication in the throw-in perhaps. Within the final 4 minutes without stoppage time. As this one is played backwards. FC Westchester. Goalkeeper with an immediate clearance upon his first touch. David Rubin. Not able to even sniff the ball with that immediate clearance once more. As the young talents in blue still wrestle for the ball and are in fact able to win it, although maybe not for long. The ball continues to ping pong around. Currently no pure dominion over the sphere at this moment, as Logan Wynyard receives some reinforcement from Di Masinenki. Weather continues to be the same here. Mostly cloudy, still 57 degrees Fahrenheit, with hardly any wind, unlike last weekend, in which every single game here on Game and Frame almost felt like it was being transmitted via tornado. As now it's Patrick Ivory as well as Fishman who look to stun this back line, but the assistant referee quick to raise the flag. And the officials today almost making it troublesome for the vanguard of FAO New York to get those through passes onward. It's really difficult to say whether they're incorrect. I'm not inclined to agree with that mentality or with that statement. However, it will be an element that the Brooklynites here will have to ameliorate as the second half will go underway soon. Just the timing of runs. Oliver Vasquez receiving pressure in the back. FC Westchester looking for a second goal here to increase the advantage to 2 inside the penalty area. With a deflection, ball goes out of play. As it's played short, just outside the penalty area, thinking about the volley. Can't really blame him for that, as we are within the final minute of play here in the first half. Guignard with the throw-in, just barely over the head of Abel Mirapol. One-on-one Sinenki. Shot taken from well downtown. Over the crossbar, in fact over both. Scoreline remains the same, 1-0. With FC Westchester's goal coming from a lightning fast play. Again, it has been Euro that statistically has attempted more shots, but none have wanted to enter for now. Second chance here for FC Westchester inside the penalty area, now just outside, right where the arc is. As a physical play between the two results. And the halftime whistle being blown, where FC Westchester currently has the upper hand with a 1-0 advantage. Stay with us as we show the plays of the week, halftime analysis, and the second half. This is MLS Next on Game in Frame.
My name is Austin Brummett. I'm a men's soccer player at San Diego State University and I play forward. The Salt Air Case helps block odor from my cleats when I'm driving in my car or when I'm keeping my cleats inside my house, so I don't have to worry about it stinking up my room. It helps me keep track of my cleats and my shin guards so I know that they're together and I don't have to worry about tracking them down or losing them or stressing out about where they are. I would definitely rock this, walking to the games, walking around to my trainings. And it's super helpful for travel. When I travel in the airport to go to away games, it's not going to stink up my backpack or stink up the plane where I'm sitting. Magnetic strip on the top is super easy to open to take my cleats out and to put my cleats back in. I think it's an essential part of my outfit for soccer and helps keep all my stuff organized and stink-free.
A quality highlight reel is crucial for college and pro recruitment. A lot of services offer generic solutions, but at Game and Frame we know every player is unique and needs a personalised approach to win over coaches. Our process is simple. We work with any footage, and if you need help finding your best plays, we'll review games for you. Once we've finished, you'll have a reel you can upload to any recruitment platform. We've helped hundreds of players get the attention they deserve, including placements in Division 1 programs. Scan the QR code or email us for a free consultation and start the journey to maximize your recruitment potential.
Suarez, Saluga, trying to go through. Oh my word! It's Merchant again! Oh, he's got the brace.
Harasabovic sends it long for Kurcic. He chests it down, has a shot over the head and into the net. What a goal! Incredible work to tie this game for Sanjak. It's level at 1.
That was McCowan, the substitute. Hilk in front, Gilden! Fantastic again!
Dado, of course, who played in the middle match, which is hang on a second actually. Here's Yusefi, who hammers it in. Or Rodrigo Roca even. Back with a bang.
It's a race towards the box. Diambera trips. A great sliding challenge by Florent Papuki to knock that one away.
Ball played in behind. Can St. Paul get there first? He can. That's a great piece of goalkeeping. St. Paul beats him, and Jeboy coming the other way. End-to-end stuff. Can he find the finishing touch? Thomas. Goal! 2 for Thomas.
Oh, now Campos. Campos is through. Diego Campos. It's around the keeper. And he scores.
A miscommunication there. Zoom Schneider could be away. This is the winger who has that burst of pace, and he is past Brady into the box now, beyond Ortiz and into the net.
Stinging ball. Contino shooting! Gilden, unbelievable to catch that.
Lots of movement in the box here by the Ukrainians. Can they get a header on it? Line drive and a goal! Excellent shot there by Curbelo. Striked beautifully.
Alejandro Saul, challenged by Sabovic, tries to touch it around him, kept in on the line. Brilliantly done, and still in.
Trouble's not over yet. Here's Richmond. Finds his man, and top corner.
By the visiting side. A tackle missed. International with space to run into. Here's the ball for Josh Adejokin. Adejokin around his man, into the box. He's got a man in the middle. A shot, and an opening goal. International on the board.
Can the Pansippers rescue this out of the death? Holland, over the wall, towards the far post.
They have! They have! They've done it! It's extraordinary! The Pansippers are going in, top of the table!
As the second half is nearly underway here. Though, of course, I do want to remind you that today's transmission of MLS Next on Game and Frame has been brought to you by Salt Athletic. Salt Athletic has made the world's freshest, most advanced cleat bag, the Air Case, that blocks smell by using antimicrobial technology that makes for odor-free car rides and houses. Salt Athletic as well is offering the Game and Frame community an exclusive discount, so scan the QR code on your screen to get 10% off and keep it fresh. As it will be the local FA Euro New York side that commences this half with the ball at their feet, with the referee approving everything. FA Euro New York gets the ball rolling for this second half. It's Caleb Lambert that receives the initial pass of this second set of 35 minutes. So, of course, there's the question of what does FA Euro New York have to do collectively as a unit to equalize, if not escape this part of Brooklyn with a win? Well, firstly, we have to talk about the timing of some runs. There have been a lot of calls, tight ones at that, as to whether players were offside or not. Regardless, one always should be safer than sorry. So the timing of runs will be an element or a theme in this second half. In addition, we'll also be observing the factor of finishing the chances that one creates. One does look back to the Pucheta solo drive that didn't end in a goal, but he knew himself that that was the moment there to maybe equalize. As speaking of Pucheta, shoulder-to-shoulder charge, goalkeeper, able to collapse on the ball. And in fact, we have seen a goalkeeper change here for the opposition of FA Euro New York today. So continuing with that point, FA Euro New York must time its runs just a little bit more better, more convincingly toward the referee, better said, as Patrick Ivory attempts to play toward Pucheta. Although the goalkeeper got to it first. And likewise, FA Euro New York must finish the chances it's creating, or at least make the goalkeeper sweat just a little bit more. In this match itself so far, it's been FA Euro New York that's attempted more shots. But the scoreline does not demonstrate that for now, as the goalkeeper once more with a basket catch. Goalkeeper required on 3 occasions here in the past minute or so. Meanwhile, for FC Westchester, it's to keep up the fast-paced passes, especially as they transition from the middle third to the offensive third, as we've seen right here toward the left wing. FC Westchester with an open right winger, now playing more centrally, still with Westchester. Inside the 18-yard box, going for a shot, Sheehan diving quickly on that ball. And just as we were talking about it, FC Westchester's transition here from the middle third to the offensive third has been immaculate. And it's something that will play a vital role here in the second half, as Axel Pucheta, redemption, no, goalkeeper save outside the 18-yard box. A last-second challenge and a piece of courageous goalkeeping. That's some great goalkeeping. You have to applaud it, especially at this age, as it's FA Euro New York that draws the foul. About 11 yards away from the halfway line. Call this one a free kick from about 54 yards away from goal. Eisenberg, left arm raised, serves with the right foot, just over the head of the first target. Oh, it's Pucheta! Goal! FA Euro New York! It's Pucheta, 3rd time's the charm. What a thunderous effort from Pucheta. Clear redemption, clear vengeance. It's 1-1. Just when it looked like Eisenberg's initial target was just missed, in comes Pucheta with a missile. And we'll see if that goal plays a role in his confidence as this second half continues. Because when you score something like that, well, you feel like you're on the top of the world. As Pucheta, unable to beat the defender initially, Patrick Ivory feeding him once more. Pucheta taking his time. Axel with a pause here and there. Pucheta, right-footed play. And the goalkeeper is able to collect this one. FC Westchester looking for another goal to take advantage of the scoreboard again. Westchester, quick passes, that results now in a throw-in for FA Euro New York. Axel getting away from one defender again, thinking about the brace. Pucheta gets past the goalkeeper. Pucheta! Goal! FA Euro New York! Pucheta now with the brace. A second half turnaround for Axel and for FA Euro New York. What a great play by Axel Pucheta. Making sure not to waste those second chances. Getting away from a defender and goalkeeper simultaneously, all while chasing it down for the very final blow. Hustling play at its finest, and suddenly it's FA Euro New York that has the lead. Dimasinenki going for the safest option and clearing it toward the nearest sideline. Still with Westchester. Looking to equalize, looking to respond with a sliding pass, unable to initially connect. Although this has been a game of second chances, FC Westchester looking not to squander this other one. That's a lovely service. Westchester barely wide. Lovely service. I was ready, frankly, to call that second goal for FC Westchester. Despite what the angle here would say, it was really just a fraction of a miss. When you're that close to the goalkeeper and you're forced to blast it point blank, just really a narrow miss. A whisker of one in reality. As FA Euro New York is perhaps fortunate here that Westchester hasn't equalized. Though again, this is still anybody's game. It's just a 1-goal lead. And once more, we have to applaud that transition play. FC Westchester has been not only precise, but excellent as well when it comes to translating that momentum in the middle third to the final third. And now we'll see it in a perfectly in-between area. A free kick from just about 30 yards away from goal, if not 31 yards away from goal. As he faces a 3-man wall, it's a soft serve that doesn't get past Vasquez. Second chance for FA Euro New York. It's an easy catch for Sheehan.
Yes.
Lambert to Gwynyard. Westchester. The first shot being feinted, left-footed pass. Followed up by a right-footed effort. That's Krish Reddy, who was able to quickly snuff it. As the out-of-towners still battle for the ball in the middle third. Nobody with firm possession. Great header, though. Westchester can't get past Dimasinenki for now in the second half. It's Ruben to Patrick Ivory. Solid defending from the away side. As Euro retreats a bit into its own half, it's Bucetta who dashes after the ball, the goalkeeper, with an out of the penalty area clearance. Well, one cannot deny that this has been one of the most entertaining U13 MLS Next matches here this season. Not only going for this division here in the Northeast, but frankly, perhaps in the entire nation, despite the 2-1 scoreline. Again, the last time that these two teams faced each other, it ended 4-2 for Westchester as he's onside. The players in blue to equalize. FC Westchester barely misses it.
That's okay, guys.
Barely misses it. Oh, you can only tell by the body language in reality. One has to be careful of those phantom goals, especially from this angle. 2 chances for now for FC Westchester that were very much so equalizers. That should have been 2-2 in other words. But just like we've seen with FA Euro New York, maybe it's the third time that's the charm. It's been the theme of today, especially in this second half. FC Westchester. Oh! What a missile! FC Westchester with a tremendous goal. 2-2. Well, goodness me, you can't blink for a moment in this game. From well beyond the range of the 18-yard box, Westchester pulling the trigger and sniping it all the way to the top corner. It's Westchester that has now the equalizing goal for 2-2. FAU New York. Far from a quiet tete-a-tete this game. Buceta. Oh, Buceta blocks the kick. Buceta looking for the hat trick. Buceta unable to get the goalkeeper out of position. Sweeper keeping at its finest. He's offside. Half a body offside, but he is offside. So you can't really say that these calls have gone one way or the other. These offside calls have been quite precise. Admittedly very close, but I can't say I disagree with them, as we are seeing a personnel change here as Vasquez goes toward the bench. I believe re-entering the game is Joshua Fishman, as this one doesn't make its way past the back line of FC Westchester. Westchester, shoulder-to-shoulder charge, Lambert. Still caught in a duel as the cavalry arrives in the form of David Rubin. Clever half spin. Still with FC Westchester inside the penalty area. Going for a far-post shot! Not very wide. Give or take 3 inches wide. An incredibly tight angle. And somehow FC Westchester nearly punishes this team to take the lead again. Two, it remains the same. And what an eventful 8 minutes and 15 seconds we've had here in this second half. Buceta. Good aerial duel. Technically won by FC Westchester, as Rakowski is able to get that last challenge in. As FC Westchester unable to get past Lambert and co. Here comes Buceta. It really has been an axle-heavy day. Talk about a player with great potential, given that this is his debut time, more or less, with FAU New York. FC Westchester! Great position. Just shot a touch too wide. He's trying to close the angle, perhaps, with his hips. 3 back-to-back-to-back great chances for the away team. Still the same here, 2-2. I'm inclined to say that it's been allowed, it had been, I should say, allowed first 4 minutes in the second half for FAU New York. And for the last 4 minutes here that we've seen, it's been equally as boisterous for FC Westchester as it's played down the right wing. Dima Sinenki. Sinenki tracking down his man, Chris Reddy. David Rubin hoping to help him out. Not sure if he got the last piece of contact, really close to tell. The assistant referee and lead referee signal it as a goal kick. As head coach Adam Marco emphasizes the need for better communication here on the field. As Sheehan, the captain for today's fixture on behalf of FAU New York, takes the goal kick. Chris Reddy winning the ball with his forehead, Rakowski. As his pass was telegraphed to FC Westchester. Looking to make it 3-2. FC Westchester still toward the near post. Sheehan collapses quickly on the ball. As Sheehan takes his time, not opting for a quick counter. As in fact, head coach Adam Marcu shouts out patience. And head coach Adam Marco is certainly correct when he talks about intensity being an element of this team. It seems like every single game that this U13 squad participates, you're always guaranteed for a thriller. Guignard intercepting it, turning it into a pass toward Mirapol. In fact, head coach Adam Marcu noted that this team does need to concede fewer goals in this half of the season in the spring, as Sheborowski, I believe, re-enters the game. Yeah, Sheborowski has entered the game. Guignard, with some help from Eisenberg. Still a close contest, not only in the scoreboard but also in this half of the field. That being said, though, head coach Adam Marcu also applauded the offensive drive of this team. 15 goals in the last 5 games. In other words, averaging 3 goals a game. And maybe we could find the third one here as Rakowski has Fishman. Fishman open toward the right-hand side. In fact, it is played toward Fishman. Fishman gets past the goalkeeper, not past the fullback. Eisenberg toward Howard. Festus Howard. Well, 3 is a party for defenders. Eisenberg. And that goes out for a corner kick. Altruism on display, specifically from Rakowski. Just unfortunate that it didn't end in a goal for Fishman. Good instincts from a player like that. This one crossed toward the far post. Chris Reddy. That would not have been the first time had it gone, I should say, into the back of the net. That Fishman and Chris Reddy connect from a corner kick spot. Would have been at least the second time in the last 3 home games. For Axel Pucheta, before this game, he had 2 goals and 1 assist in the prior match versus Oakwood Soccer Club, as Rakowski. Unable to fully retain possession, it's Caleb Lambert, who does just enough to play toward Festus Howard. The number 7 of FA Euro New York evades 2, turns it into a successful pass. Pucheta, goalkeeper save! A kick save. A very futsal-inspired kick save. Another corner kick for FA Euro New York. Lots of shoving inside the 6-yard box. The referee already making his way toward that said area. Served toward the far post. Not connecting fully with FA Euro New York as Dima Sinenki puts it back into service as the players in white concede the goal kick. Well, clearly, head coach Adam Marcu's game plan has also gone pretty well, given these 2 quick goals in the second half for FA Euro New York to temporarily take the lead as he gets past one winger. Chris Reddy contesting for the ball. Physical but legal. Chris Reddy winning back-to-back challenges. Reddy turning into a wide midfielder, now practically turning into an attacking midfielder. He has to retreat, however, as Caleb Lambert forced into a nearby sideline clearance. Head coach Adam Marcu does prefer playing with a high back line. We did see that today. It did result perhaps in the first goal. However, he also said the same for the opposite side of the game, as he wants to, with the team, exploit the space in behind quickly, quote unquote. We saw that here in this second half, as perhaps the referee a little generous toward FA Euro New York, not signaling advantage. Still with FC Westchester, however. Final 25 minutes, now 24 minutes. Changes here for FC Westchester. Just 2 for now. Oh, pardon me, 14 minutes. Let's recall that these are 35-minute periods. The U14 and U15 ones are 2 sets of 40. As now head coach Adam Marku wants Joshua Fishman and Axel Pucheta to switch sides on the field here when it comes to the front line. Foul drawn by FAO New York. An unintentional trip as the two were battling for the sphere there whilst it was in the air. Eisenberg, who was earlier seen with a 51-yard pass, or better said, a 51-yard assist that turned into a Pucheta missile. Fishman unable to evade that defender. Solid positioning as well as marking. Ready, turning into an extra offensive midfielder. Rakowski has Shebarovsky right to his left-hand side. Served toward the far post. Fishman! 3-2! FAO New York! Pucheta involved in the third goal. Fishman once more with another goal at home. Fishman now with 9 goals, 4 assists in 6 games, including today. FC Westchester already behind in the scoreline once. They did have 3 excellent back-to-back-to-back chances. I wouldn't be surprised here if the visitors do give, in fact, FAO New York a fright. Westchester. As Sheehan takes his time before picking up and collapsing on the ball. Looking to burn a couple of seconds. As FAO New York merely lobs it forward. FC Westchester looking to do the same. He's offside according to the assistant referee. And maybe that's the first call today where I truly do question whether he was offside. Again, from our angle, it could be somewhat deceiving. (3-2) now for FAO New York. Facing earlier a 1-0 disadvantage. Then quickly taking the lead to make it 2-2. FC Westchester replied just moments later after that second FAO New York goal with a thunderous blast from, give or take, 30 yards away from goal. Pucheta. As his shin pad goes flying, Pucheta picks it up. Fishman inside the 18-yard box. Goalkeeper able to collect it. Westchester has to make sure to end these final minutes of the second half with a lot of confidence. In fact, we've approached the final 10 minutes. Fishman didn't keep his eye on the ball there. Fishman, however, with another chance, serving it with the right foot. Goalkeeper once more well positioned. A cross intercepted by the netminder as Pucheta tried to interfere. Dima Sinenki using the top of his head. Westchester doing the same. Sinenki not able to push it forward. Instead, Westchester blocks the clearance. Sheehan may be required. FC Westchester's through. Sheehan with the foul. Goalkeeper receiving the yellow card. A very chaotic challenge. Now, FC Westchester does have a free kick from just about 19 to 20 yards away from goal. Sheehan, maybe a little bit fortunate to not have received a red card. Some referees are a lot more brutal than that. But given that it was unintentional and perhaps that he wasn't technically the last man standing in the de facto rule, we'll see if FC Westchester can take advantage. The visitors in blue have already scored a goal from quite a distance. This one just a touch closer. From about 20 yards out, he faces a 4-man wall, blasts it straight into the barrier. Another chance. Sheehan able to collect it toward the near post, but now the referee has to pause the game. It's Caleb Lambert, who's currently down on the ground, doing his job as part of the wall. In a way, a tactical foul on behalf of Sheehan, forced into an uncomfortable spot. And yes, a little bit fortunate to get away with the yellow, but still, one could argue it's great goalkeeping, depending from what school of thought you're from, as Caleb Lambert is back on his own 2 feet, which is always good to see. And of course, this is a friendly reminder that the U14 and U15 squads of these clubs continue our MLS Next triple header, with the former starting after this match at 4 p.m. and the latter after that around 6 p.m. Tomorrow, March 23rd, New York Athletic Club intends on digging itself out of the American Premier Soccer League Metropolitan Conference mid-table by challenging a powerful Manhattan Celtic side at 12:15 p.m. Also in this APSL conference, Hoboken FC looks to stun current title favorites New York Pencyprian Freedoms in a 4 p.m. clash. All these matches, of course, will be broadcast exclusively here on Game in Frame, your home for grassroots soccer. Vasquez. Far from a quiet match this has been. Very loud as Sheehan let that ball trickle by. As we are within the final 7 minutes of this game. That is without stoppage time, which I imagine the referee will probably aggregate close to 2 minutes, if not a little bit more. As the U14s here of both teams have already partially made their appearance here on the sidelines. Festus Howard, Buchetta gets past one defender, has the goalkeeper to beat. Buchetta nutmegs the goalkeeper. Goalkeeper with a great recovery. Beaten once but not twice. Somehow, a part of me believes that this goalkeeper, in a past life, played as a center back. Somehow, every time sweeping correctly. Launched by Guignard. Vasquez with a quick flick of the hand. Throw in now for FC Westchester, who certainly has the capacity to equalize, if not perhaps take away the lead as a whole. We almost saw it occur on 3 occasions in the second half, while it was 2-2. Another clearance there by FAU New York. It was Dima Sinenki with the left-footed one at that. As we are now within the final 5 minutes. It's all or nothing as this ball trickles our way. It won't be Shebarovsky taking it. Instead, Guignard. Cleared forward. Ready. Back to Dima Sinenki. Yes. Oh, with an acrobatic pass forward. One has to applaud those sorts of bicycle kicks, especially at this age. You don't get to see it too often. Buchetta, the second to last player to touch it, according to the referee. Throw in taken for the home side here. Fishman launching it toward the vicinity of Buchetta as Axel wins his team a corner kick. Looking for the insurance goal here. That is at least judging by head coach Adam Marcu's mentality and coaching style. In fact, I don't see any nearby player toward Fishman. They are looking for that insurance goal. A lot of bodies toward the far post. This one trickled toward the near one, makes its way inside the 18-yard box. Shebarovsky, goalkeeper, able to collect it, looking for a quick counter. Punts it forward. Referee warning as well Axel for trying to block the goalkeeper's clearance. Fishman using the heel, trying to show a touch of panache as the Westchester player uses the outside part of the foot. The ball still in play. Good eyes by the referee as this one does in fact go by our equipment. FC Westchester. Back-to-back throw-ins. Westchester with the ball now inside the 18-yard box. Sheehan, oh, that ball just went by him. A nearly unlucky ricochet as Vasquez and Sheehan weren't able to confirm who was truly going to hold on to the ball. Although fortunately for this home side, FC Westchester is caught in an offside position. As the referee explains to that FC Westchester player what had occurred. I believe explaining that after the throw-in, due to his positioning, he was still offside. Free kick now in favor of FAU New York. Final 2 minutes and 15 seconds.
Come on, Blue. Come on, Blue.
That's without stoppage time. I'm sure we'll be gifted at least or around 2 to 3 more minutes. At least one would hope that. This has been that sort of game that you don't want to end. Festus Howard on the near side, shoved off the ball with a lot of power. Dimasinenki to Vasquez, cleared forward. Westchester ready with a desperate clearance, doing just enough to get it out of harm's way. Final 90 seconds here. As this will be a corner kick. An inward swinger, right-footed, toward the far post, bouncing off the head of an FC Westchester player. Oh! What a goal! Golazo! FC Westchester! A stunning bicycle kick.
That's my grandson.
That is unbelievable. That is stellar. That is stellar. Oh my goodness. That required something special. A goosebump worthy moment. Heart stopping, jaw dropping. Incredible. Wow. There's no other word for it. A simple 3-letter word summarizes what we have just seen. Wow. FC Westchester now with the inertia in its favor. Sinenki. As we are now about to approach stoppage time. In fact, we are now in it. 70 full minutes played. No confirmation as to how much stoppage time there will be, but after that sort of goal, it has to be 3 minutes. Although, if one could have a say, in fact, I would wish this would go on for eternity. What an MLS next game we've had here. This has had everything. Counterattack is on. Dima Sinenki. Great tackle. Slowing down the offense as best as he can. Rakovsky. Vasquez. Back to Vasquez. Bucheta just a hair onside. Oh, that one's a really strong touch. Axel taking it out wide, knocking it forward with his forehead, using his right foot, and somehow just barely missing the mark as well. Not a million miles off at all. Trying to chip it over the goalkeeper as an eerie silence had fallen here, especially amongst the away supporters. Still 3-3, however, luckily for them. Clawing back from a 3-2 scoreline. Ball going out of play. Throw in now for FC Westchester. The players in Navy. That should be a foul. The referee, however, signals it a throw-in, I believe, in favor of FA Euro New York. As Festus Howard. Howard. This one played out wide, still with FA Euro New York. Outside the 18-yard box and only just, still in the opposition's third, quite close to tell. Fishman trying to use the heel toward the near post. Cleared away. It was Pietro Ventura who got the penultimate touch, I believe. The referee signals a throw-in. As FA Euro New York crosses its fingers for a gigantic throw-in. Instead, back-to-back ones. Howard, right-footed service. Goalkeeper with a simple catch. As a goalkeeper looking for one more counter, perhaps. Physical shove in the back. And that will be the final touch of the ball. FC Westchester equalizing in the final moments of this game with an extraordinary goal. And an extraordinary game this has been. Left and right, you couldn't miss a moment. Your eyes had to be glued to this screen. Fantastic from both teams. A hard-fought 1-point tally for both of these sides. Nearly impossible to separate these two, as indicated by the scoreboard. What a treat we have had here to start this MLS Next triple header. And one could only hope that this sort of excitement continues onto the next two matches here, again, in this MLS Next triple header. So, of course, with the official's whistle, that marks the end of this U13 match, with this scoreline ending at 3-3 between FC Westchester and FA Euro New York. FC Westchester had opened up the scoreline with a 1-0 advantage thanks to some quick counters. However, in the second half, it was Axel Pucheta who scored 2 consecutive goals. First, with a thunderous volley from inside the 18-yard box. Then secondly, getting past the goalkeeper as well as the defender to just make its way past, of course, the goal line. However, FC Westchester wasn't too far behind, as just minutes later, scoring a thunderous shot of its own, in fact, from give or take 30 yards away from goal. Likewise making its way toward the far post top corner. FA Euro New York took the lead for a second time to make it 3-2, as Axel Pucheta slid in just in time for Fishman to take it in toward the far post. However, in the 70th minute of this game, just as it looked like the momentum was just about to shift in favor of FA Euro New York from a defensive standpoint, a sudden and stunning bicycle kick made its way toward the back of the net. This has been a stellar U13 game between FC Westchester and FA Euro New York. However, do stay tuned for the U14 and U15 matches of this MLS Next triple header. I have been Sean Cabrera, and behind the camera has been Nicholas Marshall, and we both thank you for tuning into this transmission of MLS Next on Game in Frame. Get ready for part 2 of this afternoon's MLS Next triple header between Football Club Westchester and Football Association Euro New York. The last 2 home matches of this afternoon's locals have been a testament to their physical as well as psychological resilience, given that the U14 FA Euro New York team has been undefeated at home so far in this calendar year of 2025. That being said though, the visitors will do everything in their power to show some Westchester County supremacy over their Kings County foes. I am Sean Cabrera. Behind the camera is Lucas Paramo, and you are watching MLS Next on Game in Frame. FC Westchester once again donning an all-blue uniform with orange socks, their goalkeeper as well in an orange kit. Meanwhile, FA Euro New York in an all-white uniform, their goalkeeper will be wearing an aqua blue uniform. And of course, this broadcast has been brought to you by Salt Athletic. Salt Athletic has made the world's freshest, most advanced cleat bag, the Air Case, that blocks smell by using antimicrobial technology that makes for odor-free car rides and houses. Salt Athletic is offering the Game and Frame community as well an exclusive discount, so scan the QR code to get 10% off and keep it fresh. So on March 8th, FA Euro New York successfully converted its absorbed pressure into fruitful counters to secure a 2-1 thrilling victory against a Bayside FC that dominated ball time for a decent chunk of that game. The next day, despite finding itself in a 1-goal hole versus Metropolitan Oval Academy, at least 16 minutes into the match, I should say, the club fought tooth and nail to equalize and maintain that tie afterward. Needless to say, the visiting FC Westchester will need something special to overthrow its opponent's determination and may have to fight fire with fire to get a positive result here in this part of Brooklyn, New York. As the referee awaits for the equipment to be taken off the field, the referee, whistle in mouth, and the ball is rolling for this U14 MLS Next match between FC Westchester and FA Euro New York. Saba Anchebadze aligning himself appropriately for a cross. It's Kai Fleming who's on the ball. Kai crossing it early. Saba Anchebadze still dribbling around, still trying to chase as well. With some help, Siler Wilson concedes the goal kick early into this game. And now that we've already mentioned some familiar names here for FA Euro New York, we'll of course announce today's starting 11 as well as the rest of the roster. In goal, we find Sean Eppelbaum. In the left back role, we do find Mek Gralic. Likewise, his center back alongside him will be Matthew Shapoval, who of course delivered that heroic performance as well from the defensive end versus Bayside, as FA Euro New York looks to take advantage of a desperate clearance by FC Westchester. Better communication may be necessary there in that part of the middle third, but this game has just started. So continuing with the starting lineup here, with Meg Gralic at the left back role, Shapoval at the left center back role. In the right center back role, we find Matteo Convertini. Likewise, in the right back position, we find Liam Dobson. Playing center defensive midfielder, we find Kai Fleming. And to complete the trio of midfielders in this 4-3-3 formation, we find Ilnurbek Hakimov as well as Saba Anchebadze. On the left wing is present Maddox Mandrescu, alongside on the right wing Siler Wilson. And playing the leading striker role today, or center forward I should say, will be Sasha Demidov-Menshikov. As Siler Wilson contests for the ball alongside a teammate. For now, it's with Saba Anchebadze. Saba playing it towards Sasha. Sasha! Saved by the goalkeeper! Closing down the angle rapidly. Great goalkeeping at this moment. Likewise, great chemistry there between the two attacking players for FA Euro New York. Sasha no more than just a few inches away from what would have been an opening goal within these 2 initial minutes of the game. As Matteo Convertini puts his head to use, the same could be said for Saba Anchebadze. Maddox Mandrescu along the left wing. Mandrescu dropping it back for Kai Fleming and co. Shapoval toward Matteo Convertini. As it's FA Euro New York that draws the foul. We see this a lot in various games. As Shapoval stands over the ball for this free kick, taken short, it's Matteo Convertini, who now resides in the driver's seat, playing it forward centrally. Sasha Demidov-Menshikov unable to do much for now, as the slightly gray clouds from earlier have dissipated for now. Experiencing from here in this part of Brooklyn, New York, a refreshing sun with a little bit of wind. On paper, a perfect day for soccer. 58 degrees Fahrenheit here, in fact. Supposedly it feels like 47. But as I said in the U13 match earlier today, it feels like anything but. In fact, it feels a lot warmer than that, if you ask me, close to 60. That is without the wind, of course, so we'll see. Haven't required the jacket yet, at least. As FA Euro New York wins itself a throw-in. The referee, quick to correct some physicality being displayed here on the field. This one just over the head of the initial target, Kai Fleming. Left-footed pass cut short. FC Westchester, for now not able to escape its own half. FC Westchester with another chance here, Kai Fleming stealing it away with the right foot. As at the end, Matteo Convertini was open for the pass as well. Maddox Mandrescu with another cross. Siler Wilson nearly taking it away from his opponent, Kai Fleming. Unable to fully bring it down with one touch. Matt Gralick doing his job. The number 10 of FA Euro New York, Ilnurbek Hakimov, unable to display full dominion as FC Westchester has its first chance in the opposition's third. Crossed toward the near post, Convertini clearing it as well with the right foot. FC Westchester, a no-look pass, Shapoval. Well, the assistant referee has already raised the flag for offside, and the lead official eventually recognizes that. And just like that, we have our first offside call of this game, which did happen to play a factor in the U13 fixture earlier today. A U13 game that, may I add, had a ton of highlight-worthy plays. Speaking of which, FC Westchester looking for the opening goal toward the near post. Just a whisker wide, as Sean Eppelbaum had it covered. Eppelbaum with the goal kick toward Meg Gralick, who with a graceful touch is able to evade one defender. That same defender, however, trying to hound him down. Gralick retreats towards Shapoval. Now at the feet of Saba Anchabadze, donning the number 11 on his back. FC Westchester contesting for the ball in the middle third. And for now, in these opening minutes, it's been an FA Euro New York possession game. As Sasha Demidov-Menshikov controls the ball, playing it towards Siler Wilson. Overlapping him is Sasha Demidov-Menshikov. Right-footed shot, goalkeeper, shuffling on his goal line, able to firmly hold on to it. There were some calls of a handball against Sasha Demidov-Menshikov. However, one has to note that his arm was attached to his torso, was never extended, bouncing off the bottom of his elbow. So per the definition, of course, of the governing body of soccer, FIFA itself, it wouldn't be a handball. Convertini needed to defend, not trying to concede a corner, let alone a goal here. Convertini needed once more on the one-on-one. Eppelbaum gets himself involved as well as he retreats toward his goal line. That left-hand side for FC Westchester, the prime destination for creativity at this moment, as Maddox Mandrescu wins his side indirectly, a throw-in. as Epobama and Convertini discuss some defensive strategies momentarily. Mandrescu, once more, back-to-back throw-ins for FA Euro New York. Euro, just over the head of Mandrescu. Oh, pardon me, I think that's Sasha Demidov-Menshikov, who had dropped back quite a ton there. Normally playing as the leading striker. As it's played towards Shapoval, Convertini asking for help. It's Dobson. Convertini. Sava. As Anchebadze unable to fully take away the ball. Has some help as well. Maddox Mandrescu chasing down his opponent. Sasha Demidov-Menshikov likewise trying to cut down the space. Goalkeeper quick to play it out toward his nearest center back. A semi-lobbed pass that Dobson interferes with as Shapoval heads it toward the vicinity of Kai Fleming. Lots of physical challenges we're seeing here in these initial minutes of this first half. Mek Gralic, unable to fully take it away. He does just enough to win the throw-in. As Mek Gralic would have Kai Fleming as his nearest option, followed by Shapoval. At the end, it's Ilnurbek Hakimov who's able to win just enough space to play it back towards Shapoval. Ilnurbek to Mek. As it goes out for a throw-in, FC Westchester. Westchester still with the ball at its feet. Or so one would think, as the assistant referee has already raised that flag for the ball having crossed the boundary, so throw-in for FA Euro New York. As he launches the ball forward toward Maddox Mandrescu. And similar to how the first game in this triple header ended, in this beginning of this U14 fixture, we're seeing a lot of throw-ins from that far hand side now. In other words, the left-hand side, I should say, of FA Euro New York. As Sasha Demidov-Menshikov trying to get to the ball first. Instead, the goalkeeper forced into clearing it out toward the nearest touchline. Not a comfortable moment for the goalkeeper. In the first 2 minutes of this match, now that we've approached the 11th minute, Sasha Demidov-Menshikov had a chance at point-blank range. The goalkeeper, with an excellent block save at the end, was able to maintain this 0-0 scoreline as FC Westchester, using the right-hand side to generate some creativity. Although for now, Westchester resorts to retreating all the way toward its goalkeeper. Sasha Demidov-Menshikov has some help in the form of Siler Wilson, covering the second nearest option. Of course, the nearest being the goalkeeper, who in fact plays it himself. As he gets away from one and is able to draw the foul from the second. A good drive by the defender. As I believe that was Ilnurbek Hakimov who had committed the infraction. Free kick, played diagonally along the ground, all the way back to the netminder in orange. Playing it once more toward the fullback, Westchester. Looking for a chance of its own, given that its goalkeeper was already required once. That is for a direct save. Westchester, unable to beat Shapoval and co. It will be a throw-in for FA Euro New York. Again, the Brooklynites sporting a 4-3-3 formation. Although for now we are seeing Sasha Demidov-Menshikov covering that left wing role as Maddox Mandrescu was forced to drop back. as FC Westchester will restart this game via a throw-in. The players in blue now in their own half with the ball at their feet. The goalkeeper outside his penalty area to play out this ball toward the nearest center back. That same defender, however, can't get past Kai Fleming with that lobbed effort. Kai Fleming is able to get away from one. Ilnurbek Hakimov to Shapoval with a wide pass backwards. Convertini now pushing it forward gradually with Dobson. Siler Wilson. Siler with a hustling play. Nearly got to the ball cleanly. FC Westchester not conceding an inch here. No direct shot attempted so far by FC Westchester. Only one for now from FA Euro New York, which did result in a save. In other words, a shot on target. Sasha Demidov-Menshikov trying to close down the space alongside Siler Wilson. Siler. Well, he forces the giveaway as Madix Mandrescu plays it with the left foot. Sasha Demidov-Menshikov inside the penalty area. The goalkeeper able to collect the ball first. As Sasha chases down the defender, who luckily for him recovers the ball immediately, fooling his opponent, even if it was unintentional, as Madix Mandrescu. FC Westchester resorting to the wider ends of the pitch here. Use of the heel. Relatively classy as well from FC Westchester. With a body feint. It was nearly Ilnurbek Hakimov who took it away cleanly. Another chance perhaps for FA Euro New York. Siler Wilson! Siler Wilson! Goal! FA Euro New York! Talk about crisp positioning. Siler Wilson toward the far post. Making it look so easy, so calm. It's 1-0 for the local team here. Let's go, Siler. The high press from FA Euro New York. Practically the benefactor in that goal. As Sasha and Siler both attempt to do the same again. Siler taking away the ball. Siler unable to fully pull the trigger. Kai Fleming, on the other hand, was able to recuperate it. Not for long. Shapoval trying to feed it back toward the offensive midfielders. As Saba Anchebadze back to Ilnurbek Hakimov. Distributing it will be Met Gralik as he evades one challenge. Hoping to feed Sasha Demidov-Menshikov. Instead, that service on a platter taken away. Another chance as Madix Mandrescu beaten on the one-on-one. The same cannot be said for Ilnurbek Hakimov, who cuts down that play. FC Westchester now utilizing its back line and creating the play. A slightly risky play as Siler Wilson quickly hunts down the fullback. Siler Wilson with a successful challenge. An immediate clearance. Westchester. Shapoval has Met Gralik to help him out. However, it's Matteo Convertini who gets to the party first. As Sasha Demidov-Menshikov positions himself accordingly. The goalkeeper distributing it as well outside his penalty area. Now inside his own 18-yard box. Plays it out wide once more. FA Euro New York locking it down defensively. Sasha Demidov-Menshikov was offside. It looked like he had gotten away from the goalkeeper, would have drawn a penalty, in fact. But fortunately for FC Westchester, he was already offside. Maddox Mandrescu was trying to prod the ball toward Sasha's direction. So for now, a free kick for the out-of-towners. Westchester. Left-footed lob. Matteo Convertini using his forehead. Gralic. Some overlapping runs there. Maddox Mandrescu unable to fully complete it. Westchester ultimately giving away the ball in this form of a throw-in as Gralic. Toward Kai Fleming, controlling it with the right foot with a lot of grace, crossing it now with the left foot. And unfortunately for him, it was just a little too wide with his positioning. Will be a goal kick now for the away side in this fixture, FC Westchester. In fact, that ball nearly escaped the venue here. 1-0 is the scoreline, thanks to Siler Wilson's quick thinking. Now that we've approached just about the 20th minute. Shapoval with a backwards header that luckily makes its way toward the nearest defender in the form of Dobson, who likewise lobs it forward, trying to play it toward the left wing. Saba Anchebadze. Lots of physical challenges, no fouls according to the referee. Both players colliding midair with that kick. Referee still allows the play to go on as Sasha Demidov-Menshikov wins the initial aerial duel, but not the subsequent one. As the assistant referee signals for a throw-in favor of FA Euro New York. And in the blink of an eye, now we have a goal kick for FC Westchester. A relatively quiet first half so far. 2 shots attempted by FA Euro New York, both on target, one resulting in the goal. Of course, scored by Siler Wilson. Meanwhile, FC Westchester has had ball time in the opposition's third. However, it didn't result in a direct shot. In fact, if we had a heat map right now, ball possession for FC Westchester would most likely be in their own third, perhaps even their own penalty area, as the defender evades one with a lot of finesse, playing it toward the right-hand side, as the goalkeeper is tasked with rebuilding momentum here. The ball returning to the same defender who was earlier seen with a clever spin of his own. FC Westchester. Lobbed pass, right-footed. It's Gralic was able to get there first. Kai Fleming. Kai, not looking to cross the halfway line just yet. Milirbek Hakimov doing the same. Retreating towards safety where Matteo Convertini resides. Shapoval. Shapoval with a lot of space. It's not too often we get to see Shapoval do that, but when he does, it can result in goal. We saw it last occur with his efforts against Bayside FC. Of course, in the first home game of the 2025 calendar year. And FC Westchester still looking to reply. This U14 squad of FA Euro New York looking to uphold its somewhat positive streak here at home in this calendar year of 2025. Of course, opening it up with a 2-1 win versus Bayside FC, following up that performance with an excellent 1-1 draw versus Metropolitan Oval Academy. Sasha Demidov-Menshikov, unable to get to the ball first. So far, the defenders of FC Westchester with the most touches on the ball, as the 4-3-3 formation of FA Euro New York locks down the neutral third, Sasha Demidov-Menshikov, the initial target as the ball goes out of play. And as we've approached the 23rd minute, we're seeing our first change here. Maddox Mandrescu exits for now. Entering the game is Jeremy Frias. Who wears the number 32 on his back, Saba Anchebadze. Giving it back to the initial passer, Sasha Demidov-Menchikov, forcing an uncomfortable clearance. Siler Wilson. Kai Fleming has Matteo Convertini helping him out. Matteo trying to keep the ball alive, locking the ball away from the defender. Siler Wilson, quick plays, quick passes. Siler dropping the shoulder, wins the throw-in. As we are past the halfway mark in this first half, under 17 minutes remain in this first half. That's without stoppage time. Not that we've really seen any so far in this game. Hardly enough to aggregate a full minute. Throw in taken, Kai Fleming. Shapoval. Back to Gralic. Matteo Convertini. And I believe for the first time in a very long while, it's Sean Eppelbaum who gets himself involved in a play. However, it's FC Westchester with the chance here, maybe to respond inside the penalty area. Evades 2-3, Eppelbaum not required immediately. It's cleared away. FA Euro New York with a great defensive recovery. Westchester still in the driver's seat. Playing it back to that same defender with a strong touch. Dobson controlling the ball with his torso. Back out wide. Right-footed pass that goes out of play. The Brooklynites, fortunate perhaps to not even concede a shot on target from that play just moments ago. Fleming to Shapoval. Well, it was on his back foot, wasn't comfortable for the defender, as Convertini does the simplest option in clearing the ball. Shapoval. Once more just forcing the ball out of play beyond the nearest boundary. Two-handed launch. Shapoval. Counterattack, quickly cut short. Maybe a little too telegraphed toward FC Westchester's midfielders. As the back line gets itself involved once more, this time in the opposition's half, all 10 outfielders in the FA Euro New York half. Gralic with a booming clearance. A coast-to-coast clearance at that. Frias can't get to the ball first. Luckily for him, Sasha Demidov-Menshikov has Siler Wilson. Sasha buying himself some time. Now towards Siler Wilson. Siler crossing it toward the near post. Cleared away by FC Westchester. Shapoval. Dobson with a volleyed clearance. Matteo Convertini has to keep his eye on the ball. FC Westchester, they're neck and neck. And Convertini emerges victorious. Kai Fleming to Siler Wilson, who's onside. Siler looking for options, crosses it to Sasha Demidov-Menshikov. That's a fantastic save. Along the ground, the goalkeeper well positioned. Siler nearly getting himself his second goal contribution in this game as a second chance occurs, and over the far post it goes. Goal kick for FC Westchester. Again, Siler with one goal, nearly one assist. Sasha Demidov-Menshikov with his second shot on target. All shots attempted by FA Euro going on target as well. All three. So Sasha's getting closer and closer, forcing the goalkeeper into two great saves. Dobson Back into his own half, Eppelbaum, a ball-confident goalkeeper, boots this one over the center back, quite to retreat. Siler Wilson had some company. Kai Fleming with a clever little pass back toward Liam Dobson. Dobson to Kai Fleming. Ilnurбек Hakimov looking for a through pass, hoping that Sasha Demidov-Menchikov could have closed the angle. Would have been quite tough, not necessarily impossible, as the goalkeeper collects, drops the ball to his feet, and plays it toward the nearest defender. As the two contest for the ball, FA Euro New York. Saba Anchabadze trying to do the same, trying to feed his number 9. Matt Gralick hoping that his number 11, Saba Anchabadze, can stall the midfielder. Well, so far, FA Euro New York has let its presence be known in the middle third, giving very little chances toward FC Westchester as Shapoval tries winning the ball back. That could be a foul. It is a foul. This will be a free kick for FC Westchester. And this one won't be too far away, as Eppelbaum needs to assemble a wall. As to how many players he'd like, we are about to see that. This free kick just about 22 yards away from goal, as there's a change in personnel for both teams here. Entering the game is Henry Madsen. As we've approached the final 10 minutes in this first half, Eppelbaum has assembled a 5 Brooklynite wall. The players in Navy to equalize. Free kick toward the far post. Technically went out of play, hitting the crossbar of the American football field goal posts. Not a million miles away whatsoever, as Eppelbaum has yet to register a save in this game. Shapoval towards Sasha Demidov-Menchikov. Siler Wilson being told by his teammates to launch this throw-in onward. That one with height and distance. Saba Anchabadze wasn't there first, nor was Sasha Demidov-Menchikov. Siler Wilson essentially winning back his own throw-in, as Sasha Demidov-Menchikov along the right wing wins his side a corner kick. And when it comes to the stats, FA Euro New York has been leading that facet of the game. More corner kicks, more shots on target, more shots attempted. At least when it comes to offensive stats. As Meg Gralick is trying to surround the goalkeeper, as well as Jeremy Frias. Now it's just Meg Gralick's duty to do so. Crossed toward the far post. Goalkeeper might have gotten a paw to it. Still with FA Euro New York, crossing it once more, back-to-back corner kicks. Switching sides here. As we'll see who will get this corner kick. Looks like Ilnurбек Hakimov will be on set-piece duty here. Henry Madsen, the nearest option, played toward the aforementioned option, Kai Fleming. I was hoping for a quick 1-2 with his number 6, Henry Madsen. Jeremy Frias unable to get in there cleanly, as Kai Fleming might have just fed Sasha Demidov-Menchikov. A feline-like save and a rebound once more. It's FA Euro New York, 2-0. Great positioning. And it's Frias who makes it 2-0. Sasha with his third shot on target. Goalkeeper with another heroic save. There's Jeremy Frias, who buries it for a 2-goal advantage. FC Westchester looking for at least one goal here, or one shot on target to close this first half, to win back some momentum as well. Throw-in taken by the visiting team. Kai Fleming. Shapoval. Left-footed play as Ilnurbek Hakimov likewise tried an immediate pass back. The netminder in orange, once more trusting the footwork of his nearest defender. From center back to full back, Siler Wilson nearly forcing the misplay. At the end, it's Kai Fleming who does so. Ilnurbek Hakimov toward Henry Matson. Kai Fleming now to Sasha Demidov-Menshikov. Right-footed cross gone shot. Goalkeeper got some interference to it. Trying to strip the cross while it was in the air. Not an easy task for the goalkeeper, doing just enough to palm it away. Ilnurbek Hakimov receiving the pass from Shapoval. Matteo Convertini. Back to Shapoval. Matson. Matson to Sasha. Demidov-Menshikov with a couple of feints plays it back towards Siler Wilson. Shapoval. Shapoval going for a drive. Kai Fleming has Sasha along the right wing. Sasha steps over the ball, thinking he had a little more real estate. Of course, possession will go in favor of FC Westchester, who now face a 2-goal deficit. This really has been efficacy at its finest for FA Euro New York as Kai Fleming looks to capitalize. Henry Matson, goalkeeper, rock solid hands. With a punt forward, Matteo Convertini using the top of his head to win that duel. Same could be said for Shapoval. Kai, his challenge doing just enough to stall the opposition. As we've approached the final 5 minutes here in this first half. Booted forward. This has been a physical game though, as Westchester wins back the ball, retreats to its own half, doing everything in its power to drive it forward. As Siler Wilson with a defensive contribution. Sasha Demidov-Menshikov linking up with Ilnurbek Hakimov. Saba Anchebadze, left-footed pass. As the assistant referee has already raised a flag for offside. Very tight call. But the officials very firm in their call as well. Difficult to confirm who was truly offside. I believe it might have been Saba Anchebadze. Mek Gralik. Mek getting away from two defenders almost simultaneously. Saba Anchebadze. Strong touch with the right foot. Kai Fleming to Sasha Demidov-Menshikov. Sasha. Through pass. Ilnurbek Hakimov opted not to touch the ball despite it being in play, maybe trying to force FC Westchester into a tight angle throw-in. We've already seen how the high pressure has worked for FA Euro New York. It resulted in that first goal, arguably, scored by Siler Wilson. And apparently that strategy does in fact work as FA Euro New York wins back the ball. Siler Wilson on throw-in duty. Using the shoulder, Saba Anchebadze trying to flick it toward the near post. Goalkeeper well positioned. Read it thoroughly. As a goalkeeper, telling his teammates to move farther up in the field. We are in the final 3 minutes of this first half without stoppage time, as Saba Anchebadze nearly blocks the goalkeeper's clearance. It otherwise would have surely resulted in a 3-0 advantage for the local team. Mek Gralik toward Henry Matson. Matson to Shapoval. Shapoval taking his time before playing it laterally. Matteo Convertini was waiting. Ilnurbek Hakimov. Lateral play as well toward Megralik. Using the extremities of the field to aid themselves. The Brooklynites looking for a 3-0 scoreline. Henry Matson inside the penalty area. It's a shot low to the ground. Goalkeeper might have tripped an FA Euro New York player, but he's already offside. Lots of traffic. Way too many bodies to tell who, in fact, was offside. Regardless, Westchester not conceding a third thanks to the referee's whistle. Shapoval as Siler Wilson, who was seen earlier along the wing, is almost playing a fullback role here. As Shapoval wins the duel. Siler on throw-in duty. Yes, Sasha Demidov-Menshikov instead goes for the more ambitious target in Saba Anchebadze. Kai Fleming displaying dominion over the ball with his chest. Sasha Demidov-Menshikov winning the throw-in. Siler Wilson, as we are in the final minute of play here in this first half, without additional time, Ilnurbek Hakimov not quick enough to react to that sudden trajectory. Throw-in taken by Westchester. Sasha using his head, the assistant referee, I believe, might have signaled an improperly taken throw-in, and in fact that is the call. Siler Wilson will now be on throw-in duty. Siler can launch this one. I mean, we're seeing just about 4, if not 6 white jerseys inside the 18-yard box. Launched high up into the air toward the vicinity of Sasha Demidov-Menshikov. Unable to get to it first. He had 3 blue jerseys around him. Kai Fleming. Ball still going up high in the air. Not too far, though. And I don't think the wind had a factor to it. Now that it's slightly alive here in Brooklyn, New York, but it feels more refreshing than anything else. FC Westchester looking to close down this first half with at least a shot on target, with at least a goal to gain back some momentum. Switch play here. Westchester outside the penalty area. Strong defense by FA Euro New York. And that will be the final touch of the ball in this first half. And after one half of U14 soccer, it's FA Euro New York that has a 2-goal upper hand. That being said, though, do stay tuned for the plays of the week, halftime analysis, and of course, the second half. You are watching MLS Next on Game in Frame.
My name is Austin Brummett. I'm a men's soccer player at San Diego State University and I play forward. The salt air case helps block odor from my cleats when I'm driving in my car or when I'm keeping my cleats inside my house, so I don't have to worry about it stinking up my room. It helps me keep track of my cleats and my shin guards so I know that they're together and I don't have to worry about tracking them down or losing them or stressing out about where they are. I would definitely rock this, walking to the games, walking around to my trainings. And it's super helpful for travel. When I travel in the airport to go to away games, it's not going to stink up my backpack or stink up the plane where I'm sitting. Magnetic strip on the top is super easy to open to take my cleats out and to put my cleats back in. I think it's an essential part of my outfit for soccer and it helps keep all my stuff organized and stink-free.
A quality highlight reel is crucial for college and pro recruitment. A lot of services offer generic solutions, but at Game & Frame we know every player is unique and needs a personalised approach to win over coaches. Our process is simple. We work with any footage, and if you need help finding your best plays, we'll review games for you. Once we've finished, you'll have a reel you can upload to any recruitment platform. We've helped hundreds of players get the attention they deserve, including placements in Division 1 programs. Scan the QR code or email us for a free consultation and start the journey to maximize your recruitment potential.
Suarez, Saluga, trying to go through. Oh my word! It's Merchant again! Oh, he's got the brace.
Harasabovic sends it long for Kurcic. He chests it down, has a shot over the head and into the net. What a goal! Incredible work to tie this game for Sanjak. It's level at 1.
That was McCowan, the substitute. Hilk in front, Gilden! Fantastic again!
Dado, of course, who played in the middle match, we just had our second actually. Here's Giuseppe, who hammers it in. Or Rodrigo Rocker even. Back with a bang.
It's a race towards the box. Diambera trips. A great sliding challenge by Florent Papuki to knock that one away.
Ball played in behind. Can St. Paul get there first? He can. That's a great piece of goalkeeping. St. Paul beats him, and Jeboy coming the other way. End-to-end stuff. Can he find the finishing touch? Thomas! Goal! 2 for Thomas!
Oh, now Campos. Campos is through. Diego Campos. It's around the keeper. And he scores. A miscommunication there. Zoom Schneider could be away. This is the winger who has that burst of pace, and he is past Brady into the box now. Beyond Ortiz and into the net.
Stinging ball. Contino shooting! Gilden, unbelievable to catch that.
Lots of movement in the box here by the Ukrainians. Can they get a header on it? Line drive and a goal! Excellent shot there by Curbelo. Striked beautifully.
Alejandro Saul, challenged by Sabovic, tries to touch it around him, kept in on the line. Brilliantly done, and still in.
Trouble's not over yet. Here's Richmond. Finds his man, and top corner
by the visiting side. A tackle missed. International with space to run into. Here's the ball for Josh Adejokin. Adejokin around his man into the box. He's got a man in the middle. A shot and an opening goal. International on the board.
Can the Pansiprans rescue this out of the deck? Holland over the wall towards the far post. They have! They have! They've done it! It's extraordinary! The Pansiprans are going in top of the table!
As the second half is ready to go underway, it's FA Euro New York that will commence this second half with the ball at its feet, as well as with a 2-goal advantage, thanks to Siler Wilson as well as Jeremy Frias. The referee ensuring everything is in order in this part of Brooklyn, New York. And FA Euro New York gets the ball rolling. The first to touch the ball in this half, Saba Anshabadze. Shapoval, a high ball. Henry Matson, unable to get to it first. Matson, clever drag back with the right foot. Meg Gralick to Matteo Convertini. Kai Fleming, left-footed pass. Jeremy Frias, who already has 1 goal to his name in this match, keeps it alive. Frias, well, that's close. I believe Frias might have unintentionally stepped on his opponent. As Frias goes over to apologize to his teammate. Pardon me, not teammate, opponent. As Jeremy continues to offer his apologies. First corner kick of this half, very quickly so. Toward the near post, Westchester with no problems to clear it. Now it's all a question about transition. Shapoval, left-footed clearance. Still with FA Euro New York, or so one would think. FC Westchester, counterattack. Suddenly in the opposition's half, in the opposition's third, Westchester, Eppelbaum needed for a near post save. Stellar positioning, even better reflexes by Sean Eppelbaum. Inside the 18-yard box, the cross. No second chance there as Matt Grally cuts down the angle. Westchester playing it quickly, and once more another improperly taken throw in. I believe his feet had crossed the boundary in doing so. Matteo Convertini, that's a dangerous pass. As Westchester plays it back. Moving from the middle third to the offensive third, FA Euro New York. Trying to do the same, still in its own half, as Henry Madsen wins the throw-in. As Seiler looks for options, Madsen, Shapoval. Well, you could see the vision, but it was too obvious for the opposition as Westchester has its efforts cut down. Jeremy Frias, likewise, trying to do the same. Frias. Hoping for a 1-2 connection with Saba Anchabadze. Met Gralic. Saw it as it trickled by. Convertini. Saba. Controlling with his body as well. Ilnurek Hakimov was the nearest option as Met Gralic boots it centrally. Sasha Demidov-Menshikov also dropping back, turning into an extra defender here. And in fact, he's the one who draws the ball back. Good play by Sasha Demidov-Menshikov. Shapoval over the head of Madsen, as Seiler Wilson does just enough to win back the ball, connecting with Saban Chibadze, now with Sasha Demidov-Menshikov on the right wing, outside the penalty area, crossing it, goalkeeper palming it away. Seiler Wilson approaching it casually, wins the throw-in. Seiler Wilson launching this one inside the penalty area, cleared away for now. As the winds somewhat resurrect here in Brooklyn. Nothing game-changing, however, as Kai Fleming, unable to link up with Sasha Demidov-Menshikov. Once more, FA Euro New York trying to test the back line of FC Westchester. Seiler Wilson on throw-in duty, heaving this one into the 18-yard box. Still with Seiler, being careful not to commit the infraction here. Seiler with some tight man marking. Kai Fleming doing the same, conceding the throw-in. FA Euro New York, Met Gralic, turning that into a pass toward Kai Fleming. Shapoval has to dash back. Save for Convertini. Two players dashing back. Counterattack for FC Westchester. Inside the penalty area, Convertini wins the duel. Talk about a hustling and bustling play by Convertini. Corner kick taken quickly. First is feinted. And yet again, another corner kick for Westchester. In fact, I'm inclined to say that that's their second overall corner kick of this game. I don't believe we had seen one earlier as this one flies toward the far post and flies over the head of the nearest, or I should say, intended target. FA Euro New York escaping what could have been a slippery situation. Speaking of which, given that we are already into the second half, we could always talk about the analysis here that we've seen in the first half. For FA Euro New York, offensively, they have been efficient. No better word to really describe how they've played in the initial 40 minutes. That being said, however, the Brooklynites must make sure not to give away the ball in their own half of the field, let alone their own third of the field. We had seen that with that earlier counter, as Westchester has had all its chances from those sorts of situations. That being said, none have resulted in a shot, let alone a shot on target. But you would be playing with fire if you otherwise allow it. Meanwhile, for FC Westchester, just as they're doing now, is to increase the tempo, increase the numbers into the final half, as here comes FC Westchester wide. Goal kick, says the assistant referee. So again, FC Westchester must continue this rapid tempo. It's been working at this moment so far. No shot on target, but they are giving the local side quite a fright in some situations, let alone the spectators here. So again, your keys to the game are as follows for FA Euro New York. Continue the efficient front line, but also clean up perhaps some moments of possession in the defensive half. Meanwhile, for FC Westchester, it's to maintain that lively tempo, keep up the velocity, as Eppelbaum recovers this loose ball. Eppelbaum catapulting it toward Megralik. Ilnerbek Hakimov. Jeremy Frias. To Megralik. Lobbed. Frias already has one goal to his name. Frias looking for more than just a poacher's goal. Great header by FA Euro New York. Tyler Wilson wins the aerial duel. Turns it into a pass. Sasha Demidov-Menshikov. Not able to do much in that instance. Locked down by the Westchester midfielders. As the visiting team drives this ball for a through pass, Shapoval has to communicate with Sean Eppelbaum. The two are able to do so at the very end. We're seeing a much more lively FC Westchester in this second half. I mean, no more than 10 minutes have gone by, yet Westchester keeps creating these chances. It's now merely a matter of finishing them. As he has the ball taken away from him, Westchester dropping it back just a tad. That's a lovely pass, driven along the ground, going for a shot. Eppelbaum shuffles on his goal line and with a basket catch holds on. And just like that, Westchester has its first, I should say, second official shot on target. The first one required a near post save by Eppelbaum. As Eppelbaum once more needed, a far cry from what we had seen in the first half. As Coach Marku of FA Euro New York exclaims to his goalkeeper to trust his own footwork. Shapoval still marking two attackers simultaneously. Eppelbaum once more. 3 saves in this second half for Sean Eppelbaum. 3 saves as a whole in this game. Sean crosses the halfway line as Sasha thought that Henry Matson was a lot closer. Shapoval to Convertini. Driven along the ground. Ilnerbek Hakimov The counter quickly halted. Madsen looking to revive it. Jeremy Frias. Frias dodges two. Perhaps a little too ambitious with the pass. Kai Fleming unable to fully seize it. Great through pass. FC Westchester offside. Close call as well. The assistant referee seems firm with that decision. Assuming he was truly offside, I imagine it was no more than just half a body. As Convertini will be taking this free kick. Convertini to Saba Anchebadze, currently playing that center forward role. As the goalkeeper of the opposition of FAU New York, likewise needed, Saba Anchebadze, unable to pull the trigger. Sasha Demidov-Menchikov inside the 18-yard box. Goalkeeper with a single-handed save. That was going to trickle its way toward the near post. A good save by the goalkeeper, locking down the nearest angle. As FAU New York with another corner kick. Goalkeeper punching it away. Fleming playing it out wide. Ilnerbeck onside. Ilnerbeck still inside the penalty area. Ilnerbeck evades a second defender. Goal kick for the away team. And as we await this goal kick, as well as substitutions in effect, as Mek Gralick goes toward the bench alongside Jeremy Frias, as Luca replaces him. I believe Luca Nicoli. Trying to confirm the other player as well, who is in fact Karthik Sataye. I would like to remind you that the U15 rosters of FAU New York and FC Westchester go head-to-head after this match at 6 p.m. Moreover, tomorrow at 12:15 p.m., 4th place Manhattan Celtic goes toe-to-toe with 6th place New York Athletic Club in the American Premier Soccer League Metropolitan Conference. Afterward, two historic soccer clubs of the tri-state area and competition, New York Penn Cyprian Freedoms and Hoboken FC, face one another at 4 p.m. All these matches will be broadcast exclusively here on Game in Frame, your home for grassroots soccer. Madsen receiving the throw-in. Madsen still wrestling for the ball. As Seiler was surrounded by a sea of blue jerseys, Convertini clearing it forward. Seiler winning the header that time from a defensive standpoint. Ilnerbeck Hakimov unable to fully connect. FC Westchester decelerating for a moment, and it's perhaps that deceleration that has allowed Kai Fleming to momentarily win back the ball. Through pass, quickly halted. Henry Madsen unable to fully claim it. Chaos just outside the penalty area. Shot taken. Shipova with the block, and Shipova with the clearance. Madsen to Karthik. Back to Henry. Seiler Wilson. A little too much power from that last touch. Westchester looking now to respond in the score line, of course. In the second half, we had seen a much needed improvement from the offensive output of the away team. 3 shots on target. As Madsen is replaced for now. As re-entering the game, I believe, is Saban Chabadze. As we'll confirm shortly. Westchester. That is a gorgeous through pass, lobbed in the air. Here comes Westchester. Oh, whisker wide again. That could have been 2-1. Great positioning from the forward. An even better pass from the midfielder. It's still 2-0 here. With those sorts of chances, FAU New York really is playing with fire. That could have been 2-1. Eppelbaum required for a clearance. Seiler retreating, trying to close down this attacking player. Cross. Oh! Goodness me! What a way to respond. FC Westchester, 2-1. A missile toward the far post, toward the direction of the upper 90. And now FC Westchester has just shrunk down that 2-goal deficit. We talked about dispossession in the final third, and FAU New York gets punished for it as Luca Nicoli is offside. Convertini, that's a backwards header, dangerous one. Westchester, Shapoval, I think did just enough to block that cross. The referee, on the other hand, signals for a goal kick. And now you can see FC Westchester trying to give FAU New York a taste of its own medicine with its own high-pressing system. Two-1 is the scoreline. Saba Anchebadze hoping to lob it up. Ilnurbek Hakimov. Seiler back to playing an offensive position. Miscommunication perhaps between Seiler and Ilnurbek. Westchester looking to capitalize. A sudden stop, and that allows Ilnurbek to win back the ball. Saba unable to make contact first. Westchester trying to do everything in its power to win that ball, to keep it alive. Unable to do so, but it will be a throw-in. Kai Fleming toward Nicoli. As Luca gives the ball right back to Kai. Getting closer and closer to the final half hour of this game. I say half hour, 20 minutes of this game. Seiler back to attempting to contribute defensively. Seiler lets his presence be known. Early cross, makes its way past Convertini, but he's offside already. Good call from the assistant referee. Shapoval will be taking this free kick just outside his own 6-yard box. Towards Seiler, who was marked by 2. Seiler receives a pause in the game. Might have been unintentionally slapped by a player. As Seiler, quick to recover, quick to chase down this ball, but it's Sasha who gets to the ball first. Sasha! Demidov Menchikov gives back his side. A 2-goal advantage. It seemed inevitable. Sasha Demidov Menchikov had already registered 3 shots on target of his own. It looks like the 4th was the finest. 3-1 is the scoreline. And that's a foul committed by FAU New York. It was Saba Anchebadze with the late tackle. Not to say that discipline has been an issue in this game, but we have seen the physicality of this match as back-to-back fouls are drawn by FC Westchester. Again, testifying to the physical nature of this game. Lobbed inside the penalty area, Kai Fleming receiving a bit of a shove at the end. Although there's an FC Westchester player down on the ground, slow to get up, grabbing what appears to be his left leg. And I don't believe anybody has realized this aside from the assistant referee. Westchester in possession of the ball, evades two. Some gorgeous croqueta touches, Iniesta-like. And eventually the referee does have to pause the game. That Westchester player was still down on the ground, holding onto his left leg. And I could only hope it's nothing serious, nothing dire. Could have been from how he landed. As now the training staff is asked to take a look at that same Westchester player. Of course, this broadcast has been brought to you by Salt Athletic. Salt Athletic has made the Air Case, the world's freshest, most advanced cleat bag that blocks smell by using antimicrobial technology that makes for odor-free car rides and houses. Salt Athletic is offering the Game and Frame community an exclusive discount, so scan the QR code on your screen to get 10% off and keep it fresh. As the referee will issue a drop ball here. As the player is still down, the training staff stretching out his left leg. And with some help on his 2 feet, albeit with a limp. Hopefully the player returns, or at least is all right after this situation. Drop ball, FC Westchester, quick to regain its momentum. As FE New York wins the throw-in. Close call once more. Westchester looking to make this an even closer game. Still with FC Westchester. Clever passes in the final third. Shapoval, aggressive defending, does pay off at the end. Sasha Demidov-Menshikov chasing down the ball. He already has 1 goal to his name, 4 shots on target. FAO New York trying to make the opposition crumble. Convertini relies on Shapoval to win back the ball. Shapoval pokes it away. Westchester. Quick throw-in. And that's the third improperly taken throw-in that we've seen today. As FA New York is able to draw the foul via a shove in the back. It was Luca Nicoli who had drawn it. Convertini to take this free kick in his own half, about 12 yards away from his own 18-yard box. Lobs this one, making its way past the halfway line. Seba Anchebadze with a no-look flick of the head. Sasha Demidov-Menshikov back out wide, unable to connect with Dobson. Shapoval quickly halts that progress of FC Westchester. Although the away side still has possession in the rival half. Ilnurбек Hakimov quick to take it away. Sasha onside. Sasha gets away from one defender. Sasha with the goalkeeper to beat. The goalkeeper with an excellent kick save. Picture perfect starfish block. That's modern day goalkeeping right there. Quick to close down the angle. Sasha again with possession. Sasha pulling the trigger. His shot immediately blocked. Karthik. Shapoval. Convertini to Kai Fleming. And with nobody in the middle, it resulted nearly in a direct giveaway. Kai Fleming wins it back now. Throw in taken by FA Euros number 34. Saban Chabadze. Ilnurбек Hakimov trying to get himself involved. Convertini. That's a far header that turns into a fruitful pass. Sasha unable to do much, however. Quick lockdown by FC Westchester. Technically still alive. Only a 2-goal deficit. Fleming escapes from one challenge. Luka Nicoli unable to get to the ball first. The goalkeeper in orange for FC Westchester, rolling it out quickly. Karthik winning back the ball. Here comes FA Euro New York, goalkeeper. Elementary save. Saba Anchebaze with a shot on target now. Karthik unable to close it down instantaneously. Shapoval locked in a race once more. Shapoval ends up as the temporary victor. Unable to fully seize the ball. Shapoval once more one-on-one duel. Fancy footwork from FC Westchester. And a cross-gone shot does not make its way toward the mark. Scoreline remains the same. As Sean Eppelbaum takes his time with this goal kick, burning a couple of seconds. Westchester with a high back line, very risky collision. Glad to see that nobody came out of there truly harmed. Free kick for the away team. 45-yard free kick making its way toward Eppelbaum, who read the bounce well. Eppelbaum taking his time and eventually clearing it with his right foot. Ilnurбек Hakimov trying to win back Mark Eisenberg's ball. Sasha Demidov-Menshikov, apparently onside, goalkeeper, forced into become a sweeper. Shapoval once more clearing it forward. The goalkeeper playing as an extra defender here. Blasted forward. Karthik returning the favor. Karthik, some physical marking, and eventually it does go against him as we are in the final 10-minute range. Only a 2-goal separation. Crossed toward the left-hand side of FC Westchester, and it results in a goal kick for Sean Eppelbaum. As Eppelbaum can't burn too much time here. As head coach Marku of this U14 roster also tells Sean Eppelbaum to be careful with these sorts of strategies. Kai Fleming, aggressive defending, doesn't do enough to dispossess his opponent. Westchester with an L drag is unable to squeeze his way past two. Throw in to be taken by the away team. Taken properly, of course. Westchester. As he pushes past one, but not the second. Sasha Demidov-Menshikov in his own half. Goalkeeper. Well beyond his 18-yard box. Again, turning into an extra midfielder now. Manuel Neuer-esque, if I may. A battle in the middle third. FC Westchester, not the immediate victor. As Convertini turns that into a lobbed pass. Oh, that's a clever little flick. Convertini is the first to get to the ball. Still with Westchester. Who will have this throw in? Final 8 minutes of this game. Shapoval using his shoulder to get that ball out of harm's way. It's a corner kick. Judging by his stance, an inward swinger. Right-footed as well. Served toward the first post, now toward the second. And after just a couple of ricochets, it's Sean Eppelbaum who ends up as the holder of the ball. Eppelbaum opting for the least dangerous option in the form of a clearance. Ilnerbek Hakimov. Oh, the goalkeeper's well beyond his 18-yard box. Ilnerbek instead opting to burn some seconds, maybe going for a more likely option. And this goalkeeper, with some firm hands, should possibly consider a career as well as a wide receiver. That's a great catch whilst on the run. As that ball goes out of play. Kai Fleming to Convertini. Has Shapoval as a near option. And to Shapoval it goes. Eppelbaum will be the likely recipient of this pass. Eppelbaum doing his part. Fruitful pass. Ilnerbek. Luka Nicoli. Nicoli. Back to Sasha. Demidov-Menshikov was setting his sights on a left-footed through pass as Westchester. It's not impossible to equalize. Final minutes of this game. Sasha, once again, timing his run well, gets past the goalkeeper, but somehow it still doesn't make its way into the back of the net. Doing all the hard parts right. Timing his run, beating the defender, beating the goalkeeper. And although he does have one goal to his name, he has had a couple of chances for more. Just gets past Sasha. FA Euro New York with a not so conservative approach to this game despite the 2-goal advantage, as an FA Euro New York player was slightly nicked by a kick. And we'll see 2 changes here for FA Euro New York. One of them includes Maddox Mandrescu, as we try to catch the other one as well. Exiting the game for now will be Saba Anchebadze. A 45-yard service aimed toward the second post, where it was dealt with by FC Westchester. Another chance. Sasha! Oh my goodness, he was offside according to the assistant referee. But those are those sorts of chances, those sorts of highlights that you have to observe. A Robin Van Persie-like dive with the head. Oh, FC Westchester, good transition. Eppelbaum, likewise, sweeper keeping. Ilnerbek Hakimov to Karthik. Sasha, a good first touch. Using the outside part of his foot. That's Mandrescu. Mandrescu, cutting it with the left, passing with the left. Kai. And that ball trickles out of play. Again, in the final 5-ish minutes of this game, Mandrescu and his opponent in a slight shoving contest, physical marking. Kai Fleming wins his team another throw-in. Mandrescu with a half roulette, unable to do much. And this shot ultimately goes wide. Regardless, the goalkeeper able to collect. And we've already seen how he likes to play farther and farther up in the field. And this is a punt that doesn't make its way too long as Mandrescu cuts it short first. Eisenberg, who was last seen in the U13 match as well, where it was a back and forth draw. A 3-3 game with an unreal finale as Maddox Mandrescu wins a throw-in. Kai. Kai wrestling for the ball, wins it back. Karthik. Pass too strong. Although there was a slight deviation at the very end that gives FAU New York possession once more. Mandrescu bumping into his marker. Consecutive throw-ins here for FAU New York, unable to escape this left-hand side. FC Westchester locking it down. Shapoval trying to switch the play here with his head. Sasha dispossessed. And back to the same old song and dance, a throw-in for FAU New York. Westchester. A clearance gone lobbed pass in reality. Mandrescu to Kai Fleming. Kai with his arm being held. The referee approving the physical defending. Inlerbek Hakimov. To, I believe, Dima Sinenki making his appearance as well. Last seen in the U13 game in this triple header. As we are within the final minute of play. I would imagine the referee will add at least 2 more minutes to this game. As the left winger retains the ball inside the penalty area. Shapoval able to slide to the rescue. Westchester keeps the ball alive. Westchester, as he escapes from 2-3, could be a foul. No, and at the end it's Eppelbaum who decides to halt it with his foot. As the referee takes a look at his watch. Final 10 seconds now. As the referee indicates, I believe, 2 more minutes of stoppage time. So 2 more minutes of additional time. 2 more minutes for FC Westchester. 2 goals in 2 minutes isn't impossible, but it is daunting. FAU New York looking to maintain its defensive superiority. Inlerbek Hakimov missing the tackle. Karthik conservative with his tackle rather. Eisenberg has help from Liam Dobson. FC Westchester, far post shot. Eppelbaum quickly shuffles. A quick dash by Eppelbaum, who looks to burn a couple more seconds as this first minute of stoppage time is almost over. That's a sky-high punt with a lot of airtime. Eisenberg towards Sasha, who very much so deserves a second goal contribution. as Maddox Mandrescu outside the penalty area, crossing it, Eisenberg hitting the crossbar. Out of nowhere, Eisenberg somehow made his way into the 18-yard box and almost slides in the fourth goal for FA Euro New York. Final moments in this game. In fact, we're within the final 30 seconds. Clever step overs, nifty dribbling. Not enough to beat the back line of FA Euro New York. As FA Euro solidly defends. That's Karthik with the tackle. Now to Sasha. As the 2 minutes are now officially up. And the goalkeeper with the final touch with that clearance, FA Euro New York proving its efficacy on the field. 3-1 is the final scoreline. The first goal scored by Siler Wilson. The second goal scored by Jeremy Frias. The third goal, of course, by FA Euro New York to make it a 3-1 game, scored by Sasha Demidov-Menshikov. But of course, this is also a reminder that the U15 rosters of FA Euro New York and FC Westchester go head-to-head, of course, at 6 p.m. Moreover, tomorrow at 12:15 p.m., 4th place Manhattan Celtic goes toe-to-toe with 6th place New York Athletic Club in the American Premier Soccer League Metropolitan Conference. Afterward, two historic soccer clubs of the tri-state area and of that same competition, New York Penn Cyprian Freedoms and Hoboken FC, face one another at 4 p.m. All these matches will be broadcast exclusively here on Game in Frame, your home for grassroots soccer. So again, it's FA Euro New York that emerges the victor in a 3-1 fashion versus FC Westchester. A lively second half. FC Westchester with a lot of improvement as well as the game persisted. FA Euro New York, however, with a solid front line, was able to keep the opponent on the back foot. 3-1 is the final scoreline, but do stay tuned for some post-match action. You are watching MLS Next on Game in Frame.
My name is Austin Brummett. I'm a men's soccer player at San Diego State University and I play forward. The salt air case helps block odor from my cleats when I'm driving in my car or when I'm keeping my cleats inside my house, so I don't have to worry about it stinking up my room. It helps me keep track of my cleats and my shin guards so I know that they're together and I don't have to worry about tracking them down or losing them or stressing out about where they are. I would definitely rock this, walking to the games, walking around to my trainings. And it's super helpful for travel. When I travel in the airport to go to away games, it's not going to stink up my backpack or stink up the plane where I'm sitting. Magnetic strip on the top is super easy to open to take my cleats out and to put my cleats back in. I think it's an essential part of my outfit for soccer and it helps keep all my stuff organized and stink-free.
A quality highlight reel is crucial for college and pro recruitment. A lot of services offer generic solutions, but at Game & Frame we know every player is unique and needs a personalised approach to win over coaches. Our process is simple. We work with any footage, and if you need help finding your best plays, we'll review games for you. Once we've finished, you'll have a reel you can upload to any recruitment platform. we've helped hundreds of players get the attention they deserve, including placements in Division 1 programs. Scan the QR code or email us for a free consultation and start the journey to maximize your recruitment potential.
Suarez, Saluga, trying to go through. Oh my word! It's Merchant again! Oh, he's got the brace.
Harasabovic sends it long for Kurcic. He chests it down, has a shot over the head and into the net. What a goal! Incredible work to tie this game for Sanjak. It's level at 1.
That was McCowan, the substitute. Hilk in front, Gilden! Fantastic again!
Dado, of course, who played in the middle match, we just hang on a second actually. Here's Giuseppe, who hammers it in. Or Rodrigo Rocker even. Back with a bang.
It's a race towards the box. Diambera trips. A great sliding challenge by Florent Papuki to knock that one away.
Ball played in behind. Can St. Paul get there first? He can. That's a great piece of goalkeeping. St. Paul beats him, and Jeboy coming the other way. End-to-end stuff. Can he find the finishing touch? Thomas! Goal! 2 for Thomas!
Oh, now Campos. Campos is through. Diego Campos. It's around the keeper. And he scores.
A miscommunication there. Zoom Schneider could be away. This is the winger who has that burst of pace, and he is past Brady into the box now, beyond Ortiz and into the net.
Stinging ball. Contino shooting! Gilden, unbelievable to catch that.
Lots of movement in the box here by the Ukrainians. Can they get a header on it? Line drive and a goal! Excellent shot there by Curbelo. Striked beautifully.
Alejandro Saul, challenged by Sabovic, tries to touch it around him, kept in on the line. Brilliantly done, and still in.
Trouble's not over yet. Here's Richmond. Finds his man, and top corner.
By the visiting side. A tackle missed. International with space to run into. Here's the ball for Josh Adejokin. Adejokin around his man, into the box. He's got a man in the middle. A shot, and an opening goal. International on the board.
Can the Pan-Cyprians rescue this out of the death? Holland, over the wall, towards the far post. They have! They have! They've done it!
Live from Brooklyn, New York, with the victorious FA Euro New York side, 3-1 versus FC Westchester, an out-of-towner, an out-of-New York City opponent, per se. But alongside me first is Kartik Sataye. Kartik, congratulations on the win. You entered this game as a substitute, and you had an important role, locking down the middle third, and you clearly did so, not only there, but also in your own defensive third. So talk to us about the physical nature of this game from your perspective, filling in that CDM-like role.
Yeah, I knew when I got in the game I had to be a big presence to help us get through that last bit of the game, help us increase our advantage and really be solid in the middle of the field. So definitely going in, I knew I had that role and I wanted to make sure I did it as well as I could to help us secure the win.
Thank you very much, Karthik, and congratulations on the win. Alongside you, you also have, here you go, you also have Mark Eisenberg. Eisenberg, you were involved today in both games, U13, U14, both fast-paced. However, something tells me that this one, again, was more physical. So what was it like participating in this sort of game, especially in those final moments where you hit the crossbar, but you come so close?
No, it was very difficult playing back-to-back games, but it's very physically demanding. But I worked hard for this. And, it's unlucky, but at the end we got the win. We secured what we needed to, and we just did what we did.
A very fruitful performance from you as well as the rest of your teammates. So, Mark, congratulations. Thank you very much, Mark. And, of course, last but certainly not least, we have the head coach himself, Ben Marku. Ben, how are you? Congratulations on the win as well. Of course, now, in the first half, first half performance, I should say, by FA Euro New York, 2-0 advantage. Second half, it required a lot of adapting. What was the mentality there? What were the strategies going into your mind as well as the mindset of your players?
Well, I think one thing that's great is having Karthik and Mark come over here, two players who came on and made a big difference. We're in sort of developmental mode. That's the idea with all these games. Yes, we want results, and that's important, and it's exciting for everybody. It builds momentum and excitement within the group. But we're not going to change what we're doing because we're having difficulty for 15 minutes. We want to help them work through those moments and say, have confidence, you're good enough players to deal with this. And what's great is it's such a great club to be at. You can bring in fantastic players who have been just waiting to get their chance, and then they come in and seize the moment. Karthik won like 40 balls in the 30 minutes that he played. Mark came on after playing a whole game already and got in the maybe we'll forget everybody's gonna be focused on the finish that hit the crossbar, but what I was watching was the 50-yard run to get there just in case the ball got in the box. And also Maddox, who had a good game and hasn't had tons of chances to start but played well today and came back in the second half and delivered that cross. And so having such a wealth of great players is exciting, and having the players be confident and play well and make me look good, it makes it really easy. I just stand on the side.
Fair enough, Coach. Congratulations on the win. And, of course, congratulations to your players who, as you said, displayed a wealth of talent. To paraphrase what you had said, very fantastic performance, 3-1. So congratulations.
Thanks very much. Thanks, guys, for all you do, too.
Of course. Thank you. So behind the camera has been Lucas Paramo. I have been Sean Cabrera, and we both thank you for tuning into this transmission of U14 MLS Next on Game in Frame, where FA Euro New York beats FC Westchester 3-1. However, stay tuned for the U15 rosters going live at 6 p.m. Thank you very much, and again, stay tuned.
remarkable, incredible, unbelievable.
Save! And fuck our champions!
Good up, Pepe! Goal!
It doesn't get any better than that.
In contrast to Football Association Euro New York's recent, relatively high-scoring outings and Football Club Westchester's latest defeats, the last shared encounter between these two rosters culminated in a defensive slugfest that resulted in a 1-1 stalemate on March 1st. Now, although both teams presently reside outside the qualification zone for MLS Next Flex, their respective forms may play a role in influencing this U15 fixture's outcome. I am Sean Cabrera. Behind the camera is Nicholas Marshall, and you are watching MLS Next on Game in Frame. FC Westchester sporting its all-blue uniform with orange socks. FA Euro New York in an all-white kit with black details. Frank Liu in goal for FA Euro New York wearing a violet kit. Meanwhile, the away side keeper in an all-orange uniform as FC Westchester gets the ball rolling in this U15 MLS Next match. Already trusting the footwork of the two center backs, and one quick play nearly results in a miscue. Westchester, fortunately for the away team, is able to recover. And while Westchester has the ball, we can go over the roster today, the present roster for FA Euro New York. We will be seeing the likes of Frank Liu in goal. Abdusami Saidaliev will make an appearance, as well as Pablo Ivchak, Tien Norbu, Peter Mikunda, Johnny Beck, Aristotle Zazulin, Matias Claudino, Giovanni Spiotta, Matthew Rasiborski, and of course Andrew, one of the latest faces to this roster of FA Euro New York. All coached today by Angelo Orlando. Aristotle Zazulin, sliding tackle, wins himself the ball momentarily, loses it right after. Both teams testing the waters. And this broadcast has been brought to you by Salt Athletic. Salt Athletic has made the world's freshest, most advanced cleat bag, the Air Case, that blocks smell by using antimicrobial technology that makes for odor-free car rides and houses. Crossed in, still inside the 18-yard box. Oh, it's a ricochet that makes its way into the back of the net. FA Euro New York, just 90 seconds in, makes it 1-0. Talk about keeping it fresh, just like Salt Athletic. FA Euro New York with an early lead. A change to the story for once for FA Euro this season. Not wholly clear who got that final touch on the ball to force the ricochet, but we know for a fact that FA Euro New York gets the 1-0 lead. Just 90 seconds into the game, exactly 90 seconds. Of course, continuing with Salt Athletic, unless FA Euro New York wants to interrupt one more time. Not this one. Pretty close, though. Salt Athletic is offering the Game in Frame community an exclusive discount, so scan the QR code to get 10% off and keep it fresh. As the referee issues a pause in the game here. Abdusami Saidaliev launching this one toward Andrew's head. Andrew with some reinforcement. Johnny Beck trying to contribute as well. A gargantuan figure here in this match. Surely when it comes to corner kick situations, we would expect him to play exactly inside the 18-yard box and be the target man. Aristotle Zazulin heading it downward with Johnny Beck. Still with FC Westchester, who's looking for its first win here in this MLS Next triple header. The first one ended in the most electric ties possible, 3-3 between the U13 rosters. After that, the U14s went head-to-head where FA Euro New York emerged victorious convincingly 3-1 with an offensive display. Meanwhile, here in the U15 match, 90 seconds into the game, FA Euro New York attains the initial advantage for a 1-0 scoreline. Quick play, FA Euro New York outside the penalty area to Andrew. Andrew pulling the trigger. His shot blocked. Another chance for Spiotta. Blocked for now. Half spin. Somehow he's finding his way just outside the penalty area. Crossed toward the far post. Too much sauce behind it. Too much juice. Another chance now as Abdusami Saidaliev relies on his nearest defender, Peter Mikunda, for help. And for the first time today, Frank Liu is required. Lou. Receiving the pass with his left foot. Pushing it with the right. Passing with the right. Andrew knocking it forward. Here comes Giovanni. Giovanni with a chance. Outside the penalty area. Evades one. Gets back to that same defender. Giovanni retreats. Playing it backwards. Some collisions there as Andrew plays the ball wide toward Aristotle Zazulin. Giovanni Spiota, the intended recipient. Too much power behind the pass, as Spiota recognizes the efforts of Aristotle Zazulin. 1-0 remains the scoreline here. Admittedly, it has gotten a little bit colder, but nothing too detrimental. In fact, according to weather reports, it's only 57 degrees Fahrenheit. So I guess with the absence of the sun, naturally it will feel a little bit chillier now that it's currently covered up by clouds and ready to set soon. 57 degrees Fahrenheit. Gusts of up to 27 miles per hour, though we really haven't felt much today. Fortunately for us, unfortunately for the players here, as the shin guard goes flying and that ball is launched into the spectator side. Nobody hurt, luckily. FC Westchester with a quick play, crossing it with the right foot. Would have been an inward swinger instead. FAO New York defending firmly at that. As head coach Angelo Orlando wants to maintain the rhythm of this game, the intensity. Abdusami Saidaliev tells Frank Lou to exit his 6-yard box, to which Frank Lou complies. FAO New York. A quick pass gone awry. FC Westchester. Down the right wing. Poked away by Mikunda. Westchester looking to respond to this 1-goal deficit. And again, throughout the season, we have seen how FAO New York tends to concede first, but clearly a far cry today as Westchester attempts to draw the penalty. The arbitration staff never falling for it, as Andrew playing it toward a nearby option. Giovanni Spiota crossing it. That's a lovely cross. Somebody has to get nearby. Unfortunately for Giovanni, it's the goalkeeper that gets there first. Sidewinding punt from the netminder. Westchester using the heel. Losing now possession as Abdusami Saidaliev calmly plays it toward Giovanni. Played now by Norbu, who's brought down, winning the foul. A very common technique in the FAO New York repertoire. As Mikunda stands over the ball, serves it with his right foot. That's a lovely pass, I should say, lovely play. Played out wide. Crossing it once more. Aristotle Zazulin! Cross gone shot from give or take 35 yards away from goal. Maybe even a little bit farther. Gave the goalkeeper a scare for the moment. As the ball is back in play. Andrew chasing down whom he is supposed to mark. The same could be said for Johnny Beck, as he has some help, specifically from Matias Claudino. Back to Beck, who was unable to do much with it, winning only a throw-in here, as Aristotle Zazulin receives not only the ball itself, but some advice from head coach Orlando. Ivchak. Play toward Andrew. Whoa, thinking from way downtown. He had a lot of space. Didn't have too many options, however. Can't blame him for trying. Still 1-0. As it's Johnny Beck who gets a touch. Mikunda slowing down FC Westchester. A solid start so far for FA Euro New York. Quick passes, quick plays. FC Westchester once more with another throw-in. There's now some ominous gray clouds surround the Brooklynite skies. Booted away. FA Euro New York can recuperate. Andrew once more. As Giovanni Spiotta eventually joins the party to help contribute to the high press here. As the center back trusts his goalkeeper, who plays it back toward another defender. Triangle passing really between the goalkeeper and the defender as they just go back and forth, back and forth. Looking for a break here as that sequence finally changes, given that they added an extra defender to this playing scheme or passing scheme. From a passing triangle, it turns into a quadrilateral. Now they're looking for a pentagonal sort of play. As it's still with Westchester. Or pentagonal, I think is how you would actually say it, now that I think about it. As FC Westchester. Oh, that's a tough challenge. Giovanni Spiotta was brought down. However, the Westchester player had touched the ball first. Still with Westchester, who fakes the first shot. Cleverly done, but the angle was too tight, allowed for an easy clearance for FA Euro New York. As Ivchak puts the ball out of play. As FC Westchester looks for a throw in here. Looking for an option. Instead, Johnny Beck wins the duel but commits the sin. Using his height and power. But it results in an infraction. And unlike the roads behind us here, there's not a ton of traffic in the middle third. Westchester. It's still with the fullback, back to the center back. Their forwards not having too much ball time. In fact, I can't recall the sole striker for now of FC Westchester actually having a touch on the ball. Westchester. Once more, it's a sharing game amongst the back line, and it comes at a cost as FA Euro New York wins back the ball, wins advantage as well, and the free kick. His jersey being clearly tugged. A foul out of desperation. As Matias Claudino stands over the ball. Matias. Back to Claudino. Claudino feints the first pass. Abdusami Saidaliev looking to take advantage of that space, but instead FC Westchester locking it down. Throw in for the locals in white. As now a shin guard does go flying once again. This case for Abdusami Saidaliev. It's been a recurring theme again in this match. Second time we've seen this as Andrew flicks it backward with his head. Mikunda putting it forward. Looking for an opportunity. FA Euro New York continues knocking, but nobody opens the door. Claudino has Johnny Beck helping him out. Pavlo Ivchak to Johnny Beck. With another chance, Abdusami Saidaliev. didn't have to get there, and at the end wins the ball via a throw-in. Abdulsami Saidaliev going for a deeper option in the form of Andrew. It ends up working for now as a throw-in. Consecutive throw-ins for FA Euro New York. Andrew flicking it backwards. Goalkeeper was ready to sprint toward the ball, but he had a steadfast center back to get there first. Abdulsami Saidaliev to Andrew, flicking it backwards. Johnny Beck sandwiched in between two. Back to Johnny. Saidaliev. Giovanni. Andrew. Andrew once again sandwiched. This is physical marking, aggressive marking from FC Westchester. You have to applaud it as Andrew beats one defender on the fake, but not the third. Abdulsami Saidaliev. A tackle gone pass. Claudino putting his head to good use. Johnny Beck on the ground, writhing. As he pauses the game, I believe he will issue a free kick in favor of FC Westchester, but he did also have to pause the game to ensure that Beck is fit to continue in this game, given his audible cry. Oh, and this is not a good sign if Johnny Beck doesn't want to get up, as the referee asks for the training staff to check on Johnny Beck. Although for now he refuses the attention from the medical staff here, and he'll persist on the field. A temporary knock as FC Westchester, wow, has to encounter this high line of FA Euro New York. Everyone moving like a military platoon, all at the same time, all in formation, down to the steps here. As the defender slips while serving this ball, Abdulsami Saidaliev winning the aerial duel. Abdulsami Saidaliev once more. Mikunda helping him out. As Mikunda closes it down, the goalkeeper lucky to not concede a corner kick here as well. Frank Liu with a goal kick. No corner kicks for now for FC Westchester. Mikunda was trying to launch it toward Giovanni Spiotta. Still with FA Euro New York, now with FC Westchester, just outside the penalty area. He evades one. The referee waves it away. It was never a foul in the eyes of the lead arbitrator, as now Andrew on the run, goalkeeper, forced into sweeper keeping, instead retreats into his own 18-yard box, picks it up, rolls it out. The players in blue, trusting their netminder in orange. The Sphere still in the defensive third for FC Westchester. Not too much progress offensively. This is how the U14 match also started for FC Westchester until the second half had commenced, where suddenly the Westchester visitors had resurrected themselves to make it a relatively close game. As Andrew receives the pass, gets away from the goalkeeper, looking for a crossing option, goes for a shot. Goalkeeper with a block save. Closing down the angle, good goalkeeping. A desperate but well-timed save, as well as well-positioned. Interfering with his knee at the very end. Corner kick played short. Norbu toward the far post, connects with the head, and eventually the goalkeeper is able to take control of that cross. FC Westchester. Still with FC Westchester in the middle third, now retreating back to its own third. I'm afraid the visitors need to have a little more ambition to equalize this scoreline. One could accredit, to be fair, FA Euro New York's lockdown defense. But FC Westchester also needs to take a gamble, such as here. Playing it toward the left winger. A shin pad goes flying for a third time. And FA Euro New York intercepting that pass. A play that was too telegraphed, too obvious. FA Euro New York hoping that Giovanni could have recovered it. Giovanni does in fact recover the ball. Giovanni, a solid play. Andrew trying to croqueta his touch. I should say croqueta touch his way around a handful of defenders. Pavlo Ivchak on the left wing, crossing it with his left foot. Giovanni, the intended recipient, indirectly wins the corner kick. As FA Euro New York receives help from the local crowd here in Brooklyn, New York. Pavlo Ivchak on set piece duty, an inward swinger with his left foot toward the first post. Goalkeeper interferes, goalkeeper collapses on it. Goalkeeper aiming to block first rather than wholly intercept. From defender to defender, from defender to goalkeeper. Looking for a gradual sense of progression, looking for a weakness, but Abdusami Saidaliev and company have been unrelenting. Aristotle Zazulin to Pavlo Ivchak. Has the ball prodded away from him. FA Euro New York. Ivchak, Aristotle. Matias Claudino. Claudino has Frank Liu. Likewise, he also had Peter Mikunda, but instead he switches the play toward Abdusami Saidaliev, who was double teamed but wins the ball with a throw in here. Andrew, not able to do much. Westchester placing the ball at the forward's feet, and FA Euro New York commits the foul by the halfway line. The free kick taken quickly, taken about 7 yards behind the halfway line itself. Playing it down the middle, trying to use the extremities, trying to perhaps disorientate FA Euro New York. A physical challenge that the referee waves away. And that ball's still alive, still in play. Mikunda has to shield it as it crosses the boundary. Frank Liu with the goal kick. And in the meanwhile, tomorrow from noon till dusk, the American Premier Soccer League will be filled to the top with premium action. Starting at 12:15 p.m., Manhattan Celtic is currently 3 Metropolitan Conference points away from second place, but mid-table New York Athletic Club stands in the way. At 4 p.m. in the same conference, 5th place Hoboken FC hopes to protect its New Jersey home from the current top-of-the-table tyrants, New York Pencyprian Freedoms. Finally, at 6 p.m., a hungry Oakland United is on the hunt for 3 Delaware River Conference points that could take it to second place, while Jersey Shore Boca looks for the same to momentarily escape relegation contention. All these matches will be broadcast exclusively here on Game in Frame, your home for grassroots soccer. And of course, while you're at it, do make sure to follow Game in Frame on Instagram at Game in Frame for the latest in Northeast grassroots soccer. And surely on that social media page of Game in Frame, we'll be seeing some FA Euro New York highlights as Giovanni Spiota receives a warning from the referee for having held on to his opponent. A referee who's willing to warn the players instead of book them immediately. Again, not every referee is the same. Some a lot more strict than others. But so far, discipline has not been an issue in this game, as FC Westchester has the ball in the final third. Westchester unable to beat Giovanni. As Norbu Oh, forces a play there. Could turn fortuitous. Here comes FC Westchester. Frank Liu cutting it down. Westchester. Quick flicks back and forth. Matias Claudino won't yield. One step over. Has the ball poked away. Wins the goal kick. Another goal kick for FA Euro New York. Who hasn't registered a shot in quite a while. In fact, that one goal has been the only quote-unquote shot on target. Westchester, as the ball goes out of play. It's FA Euro New York that will take this throw in. Abdusami Saidaliev. As Norbu was tightly marked. Launched forward. Andrew. From a one-on-one battle turns into a one-on-two. One, or the sole one, being Andrew. FC Westchester drawing the foul. A little generous there, given that Abdusami Saidaliev was making sure to give his opponent the sufficient amount of space. However, one can't say it was a game-changing foul. One that, only for the moment being, kills a little bit of the momentum that FA Euro New York was displaying. Not that there was much to begin with, given that FA Euro New York has approached this part of the game somewhat conservatively, especially as we are within the final quarter hour of this match, of this first half of the match. Collision between the two. Mikunda, the number 13 for FA Euro New York, winning back the ball. FA Euro looking for a second goal on this turf here. Johnny. Quick flick. Back to back headers. Make that 4 headers in a row. Norbu. Back to Abdusami Saidaliev. This cross high in the air. Goalkeeper got a touch. Now, the referee is talking with the assistant referee to confirm whether there was an offside player. But according to the officials, no player was in fact offside. So it's a corner kick for FA Euro New York. Pavlo Ivchak, left-footed, first post, does connect with the head. Yes, it makes its way to the back of the net. Pavlo Ivchak with an assist. FA Euro New York to make it 2-0. Westchester looking for a way to respond. Ivchak with a picture-perfect cross from the corner kick spot. FA Euro New York with 2 goals. Nothing is the scoreline. And suddenly a wave of deja vu has hit us here, given that the U14 match started eerily the same. FA Euro New York dominating the offensive stats. The U14 squad also ended the first half with a 2-0 advantage. We'll see if FC Westchester can change its fate. Again, the visitors from Westchester County looking for a win here in this triple header. As a matter of fact, the visitors in this match are also looking to snap a 7-game winless streak. Not to mention its first victory of the campaign against an opponent from New York State, interestingly enough. FC Westchester currently has a record of 0 wins, 3 losses, and 2 ties against opponents from the Empire State itself. And it is important to note that one of those 2 ties mentioned in that record came against FA Euro New York, where it ended 1-1. Notable with some clever control with the thigh and head, this one flying toward the sideline. FA Euro New York recovering the ball, trapping it, stopping, moving forward, playing laterally. Aristotle Zazulin. Zazulin thinking about the shot. Zazulin forces the goalkeeper into a catch. An impressive seal of hands there. That was coming down with a lot of speed. FA Euro New York, of course, so far has successfully translated its success on the road to this contest as a local. That's been a little bit of a problem for FA Euro New York, surprisingly, this 2024-2025 season so far. You don't often get to see a team that's more successful on the road than one that is it is at home. In fact, FA Euro New York won back-to-back matches for the first time this season after outgunning the Boston Bolts just last week, and are now hoping, of course, for a first home win of the season. Andrew crossing the halfway line. Pablo Ivchak with 1 step over. Aristotle Zazulin. Zazulin taking his time. Ivchak, another step over. Throw in for FA Euro New York. As we are within the final 9 minutes about of this match, or the first half. Johnny Beck with a physical crash against another player. No foul as FC Westchester looks to pick up the pace. Another shin guard. Oh, Matias Claudino taking no prisoners. Great challenge. Matias Claudino was there to assist the original defender, Abdusami Saidaliev. Westchester throws it toward the near post. FA Euro New York clears it away. Westchester with another chance. Westchester with a shot, left-footed. Technically not on target, as Frank Lou easily dealt with that attempted shot. Zazulin. Zazulin received some pokes from behind from the cleat of his opponent. And it culminates in a throw-in for FA Euro New York. Again, who would have thought that FA Euro New York has still yet to register, according to the MLS Next website, a home win this season? But form is often a factor in this sport, as Norbu was clearly held back, the referee blowing the whistle for a foul. And FA Euro, again, is coming back from 2 straight wins, the first time that this occurs in this campaign as a whole. Hoping for a 3rd win in a row, likewise aspiring for its first home win of the season. Headed by Andrew, the goalkeeper, able to collect. In the final 6 minutes of this first half, things have remained the same since that Pablo Ivchak corner that connected with an FA Euro New York head. Physical contest for the ball in the middle third. The referee saying that no foul had occurred. Both teams giving each other a little bit of the business. as this one is cleared forward. Johnny Beck was never going to lose that aerial duel. Giovanni, back to Abdusami Saidaliev. With Efe Euro New York now in the form of a throw-in. I should say Johnny Beck, not Giovanni Spiotta. Abdusami Saidaliev to Pavlo Ivchak, quickly scanning before receiving the pass. Unable to do much with his head. As now the lack of sun here in Brooklyn, New York does make things feel a lot chillier. Andrew forcing the defenders into lateral passing as we are now within the final 5 minutes of this first half. Maybe a pass that was too quick, almost stunned the midfielder himself. The fullback switching the play. Great play between those two. Fullback to fullback, left back to right back, and once more left back to right back. Using the shorter coasts of the field to progress forward. Booted long, booted forward. Efe Euro New York relying on an Aristotle Zazulin clearance. As Matias Claudino playing closer and closer to the front line of FC Westchester. Giovanni Spiotta. Abdusami Saidaliev. One-on-one challenge. And Efe Euro New York's own number 2 is able to secure that mini victory. Andrew, a half-turn spin. That's a lovely play. Lovely spin, lovely pass. Efe Euro New York just outside the penalty area, taking his time, not able to seize it truly. What could have been a 3-0 scenario is evaded by FC Westchester. As this ball makes its way toward the goalkeeper, some Westchester players letting their frustrations be known. As Frank Liu, the goalkeeper in violet for Efe Euro New York, tells his teammates to move farther up in the field. And this one is in fact a boomer. A punt good for maybe about 50 yards. Andrew, shoving his opponent off the ball. That being said, though, the opposition did get to the ball first and cleared it away. A 50-50 challenge in reality. Crossed once more. Still with Efe Euro New York. As it's with Norbu. Final 2 minutes in this first half. Still a 2-0 scoreline. Efe Euro New York looking for an insurance goal here, as there's a lot of traffic toward Pavlo Ivchak's direction. Andrew pulling the trigger, going over the crossbar. Forced the goalkeeper into a hop, and maybe the back line into a bit of a fright. Still 2-0. Consistent and persistent Efe Euro New York. One can't really say, or one should say in fact, that Efe Euro New York deserves this 2-goal lead, as we are now in the final minute of this first half. That is without stoppage time, which I imagine the referee will add maybe just 1 minute. Shouldn't be too long. Andrew, the ball going over his head. Andrew has to be careful not to commit the infraction here, and at the end he does, according to the referee. The referee noticing the shove in the back. Clearly you can't beat this referee's eyes. as that ball goes out of play. A miss hit. It happens to everybody. FVR New York relying on Aristotle Zazzulin to slow down Westchester, to which he does, winning the throw-in. Westchester still defending, and that clearance is the last touch in this first half, where FVR New York holds on to a 2-0 lead. 40 more minutes await us. However, before we get to those next 40 minutes, please do stay tuned with us as we have the plays of the week as well as halftime analysis. Again, FVR New York leads in this first half 2-0 versus FC Westchester. You are watching MLS Next on Game in Frame.
My name is Austin Brummett. I'm a men's soccer player at San Diego State University and I play forward. The salt air case helps block odor from my cleats when I'm driving in my car or when I'm keeping my cleats inside my house, so I don't have to worry about it stinking up my room. It helps me keep track of my cleats and my shin guards so I know that they're together and I don't have to worry about tracking them down or losing them or stressing out about where they are. I would definitely rock this, walking to the games, walking around to my trainings. And it's super helpful for travel. When I travel in the airport to go to away games, it's not going to stink up my backpack or stink up the plane where I'm sitting. Magnetic strip on the top is super easy to open to take my cleats out and to put my cleats back in. I think it's an essential part of my outfit for soccer and helps keep all my stuff organized and stink-free.
A quality highlight reel is crucial for college and pro recruitment. A lot of services offer generic solutions, but at Game & Frame we know every player is unique and needs a personalised approach to win over coaches. Our process is simple. We work with any footage, and if you need help finding your best plays, we'll review games for you. Once we've finished, you'll have a reel you can upload to any recruitment platform. We've helped hundreds of players get the attention they deserve, including placements in Division 1 programs. Scan the QR code or email us for a free consultation and start the journey to maximize your recruitment potential.
Suarez, Saluga, trying to go through. Oh my word! It's Merchant again! Oh, he's got the brace.
Harasabovic sends it long for Kurcic. He chests it down, has a shot over the head and into the net. What a goal! Incredible work to tie this game for Sanjak. It's level at 1.
That was McCowan, the substitute. Hilk in front, Gilden! Fantastic again!
Dado, of course, who played in the middle match with just our second actually. Here's Yusefi, who hammers it in. Or Rodrigo Rocker even. Back with a bang.
It's a race towards the box. Diambera trips. A great sliding challenge by Florent Papuki to knock that one away.
Ball played in behind. Can St. Paul get there first? He can. That's a great piece of goalkeeping. St. Paul beats him, and Jeboy coming the other way. End-to-end stuff. Can he find the finishing touch? Thomas. Goal! 2 for Thomas.
Oh, now Campos. Campos is through. Diego Campos. It's around the keeper. And he scores.
A miscommunication there. Zoom Schneider could be away. This is the winger who has that burst of pace, and he is past Brady into the box now, beyond Ortiz and into the net.
Stinging ball. Contino shooting. Gilden, unbelievable to catch that.
Lots of movement in the box here by the Ukrainians. Can they get a header on it? Line drive and a goal! Excellent shot there by Curbelo. Striked beautifully.
Alejandro Saul, challenged by Sabovic, tries to touch it around him, kept in on the line. Brilliantly done, and still in.
Trouble's not over yet. Here's Richmond. Finds his man, and top corner.
By the visiting side. A tackle missed. International with space to run into. Here's the ball for Josh Adejokin. Adejokin around his man, into the box. He's got a man in the middle. A shot, and an opening goal. International on the board.
Can the Pansiprans rescue this out of the deck? Holland, over the wall, towards the far post. They have! They have! They've done it! It's extraordinary! The Pansiprans are going in, top of the table!
As the second half is ready to go underway, it's FA Euro New York that gets the ball rolling first. Andrew with the initial touch, in fact, and just mere seconds into this half, the goalkeeper likewise gets his first use of his gloves. Back to the goalkeeper. FC Westchester, in order to get back into this game, needs to display more ambition. A lot faster passes. Again, a deja vu moment we're having here. We said the same about the U14 roster, and the same could be said for this U15 team. It just needs to play a little bit faster, deliver a little more ambitious passes, as the free kick is played short. Meanwhile, for FA Euro New York, its key to the game is to control that middle third. FC Westchester continues chiseling at the neutral zone of the field, but nothing has resulted from it. Frank Liu hasn't been required for a single save so far, or a single official save, I should say. So again, your keys to the game are as follows. For FA Euro New York, it's to uphold its supremacy in the middle third and continue to lock down, I suppose, that part of the field to cut off any transitionary play. Meanwhile, for FC Westchester, to take more chances, take more gambles, display a lot more ambition with quick passes, quick overlaps, quick 1-2s. In doing so, they could perhaps squeeze their way past that middle third, and maybe with a lucky break can find a goal or two. Throw in taken toward Pavlo Ivchak. Another chance. Ivchak chasing down the ball inside the penalty area. Ivchak has to drop back to Aristotle Zazulin. Zazulin crossing it. Dealt with by FC Westchester. Westchester talking about quick plays, quick passes. Currently 55 degrees Fahrenheit here in Brooklyn, New York. Winds 14 miles per hour, gusts of up to 30. Doesn't really feel like it though. That being said, it's still a little bit chilly. Not enough to numb your hands or toes, but enough to maybe make you feel a little uncomfortable, I would say. Zazulin. Zazulin toward Andrew. An excellent touch from the number 26. Norbu. Switching the play. Unable to connect, Johnny Beck. Beck just heaves it away. A blind lob turns into a blind clearance. FC Westchester taking the throw in. They have another 37 minutes to find at least 2 goals. Not looking to return back to Westchester County with its hands empty, of course. Although FA Euro New York looking for the consolation goal for the third, it's blocked. Johnny Beck, now Aristotle Zazulin, has reinforcement in the form of Matias Claudino, blocking the clearance. Mikunda does the same, cleared forward by Claudino. And I am Sean Cabrera. Behind the camera is Nicholas Marshall. And you are watching U15 MLS Next on Game in Frame. And of course, make sure to follow Game in Frame on Instagram at Game in Frame for the latest in Northeast grassroots soccer. Andrew using the top of his head. As FC Westchester is unable to snuff out FA Euro New York for the third, goes wide. Giovanni Spiotta with a ton of power and a ton of acceleration. Unable to change the scoreboard. Still 2-0. But that was a great play by FA Euro New York. As the players outside New York City, not trying to concede a third. FA Euro New York. Ivchak. Pablo drops the shoulder, uses the heel. Unable to beat the defender one-on-one, he wins the throw-in instead. Or so I thought. The referee overturns that call. FC Westchester. Oh, that ball got lodged. You don't see that too often. And of course, now we see the early evening here in Brooklyn, New York. With the slight pinks, blues, and yellows of a sunset alongside the artificial floodlights here in Brooklyn, New York being turned on. FC Westchester with the free kick, taken relatively fast. Can't culminate in something offensive. So far in these opening 6 minutes of the second half, it's been FA Euro New York who has had the best offensive chance, the best opportunity at goal. Which is not something you want to hear if you're leaning toward FC Westchester, as Andrew was offside. But again, if history does tend to repeat itself, then perhaps we'll see a sudden resurgence, a sudden renaissance from FC Westchester, as it had occurred for its U14 roster that started the first half relatively timidly, and in the second half became quite loud. As there are claims of a handball, the referee not blowing the whistle just yet. Oh, Claudino. Surprised the referee didn't blow the whistle there for a foul. Claudino was left in a defenseless position. And speaking of Matias Claudino, he's here to take the free kick. As he looks to blast this one forward. As Matias Claudino is being told by, pardon me, I believe the referee is actually talking to the FC Westchester player to not get too close to that free kick spot. Norbu to Andrew, who was offside, second time in this half. He's otherwise had a very solid game. Westchester. Well, we did talk about ambition, but we also have to talk about precision here. I understand the vision that the center back was going for, but you also have to make sure that your head is up, that you're positive that your player is going to make that run. At the end, it results in a giveaway until it turned into a throw-in now. Westchester, back-to-back throw-ins. Beck concedes the third throw-in for FAU New York as that ball goes out of play and onto the concrete jungle streets. And as we await an equipment change, I want to remind you that this transmission wouldn't be possible without Salt Athletic, of course. Salt Athletic has made the world's freshest, most advanced cleat bag, the Air Case, that blocks smell by using antimicrobial technology that makes for odor-free car rides and houses. Salt Athletic is offering the Game and Frame community an exclusive discount. So scan the QR code on your screen to get 10% off and keep it fresh. Back to FAU New York, the ball goes. As half an hour remains in this fixture. Sliding tackle from Andrew results in a foul, but no card. FC Westchester. With some low pressure defending, a bit unusual given this organization's policies. At least that's if we're looking at the U13 and U14 teams as to how they play. As Matias Claudino is in charge of this free kick, sends this one into the opposite half, controlling with the chest, FC Westchester, playing toward the right wing, ball still in play, Ivchak, trying to push it down the left wing, Zazulin, Andrew using his forehead to delicately touch it. Ivchak, driven cross, and Giovanni Spiotta nearly finishes it. A lot of power in that cross. Giovanni was just trying to get a piece of his body in the way, hoping that a deflection would have been enough. FC Westchester. As perhaps one could hear the midfielder, or defender I should say, of FC Westchester itself exclaiming, who is filling in that center defensive midfield role to help with the transition. And that play is cut short by a foul, one that could have led to a somewhat goal-scoring opportunity. Not a clear denial of it, of course, but still. And it's a yellow card at the end for FA Euro New York for having tugged and tripped his opponent from behind. As we are awaiting a lot of changes here for both teams. 3 for FA Euro New York, if I'm not mistaken. 2 for FC Westchester. Rodriguez enters the game, as well as Ferrer, I believe. Norbu exits alongside Andrew. And I believe Giovanni Spiota has also exited the game for now. Entering for him, I believe, is Jason Movsumov. Free kick now for FC Westchester. One that is about 47 yards away from goal. This one served toward the far post. FC Westchester keeping it alive inside the penalty area, going for a quick shot, immediately blocked. A second one, likewise blocked. A headed cross, also dealt with. Counterattack, FA Euro, jersey tugged, an armbar as well. An easy yellow card for the referee. The referee must make sure to instill discipline. 2 yellow cards in quick successions. Mikunda. Beck. Goalkeeper forced to exit his 6-yard box. As he rolls it out toward the nearest defender, Rodriguez chasing his nearest marker. Had to be careful not to get another yellow card here. We already have one apiece. Ivchak. Pavlo Ivchak. A left-footed touch that's just a hair too strong. So it appears that Ferrer will be playing a center attacking midfielder like role, judging by his positioning for now. Mikunda flicks it over one. Maybe an unintentional sombrero flick, but it still looked nice for the camera, as Westchester wins back the ball from this throw-in. Aristotle Zazulin and Pavlo Ivchak teaming up on that one defender. From the non-city livers, or dwellers, I should say. Of course, given the fact that Westchester is not a part of New York City. But I won't call them upstaters either. And I'm sure there are some Westchester viewers perhaps thanking Game in Frame for that. Rodriguez keeping the ball in play. The referee with a tough decision. Westchester wins the throw-in. Mikunda. Driven. Movsumov. Backtracking. Ferrer. Ferrer. Once more receiving the pass. Matias Glaudino. Glaudino looking for an assist or pre-assist for that matter. Aristotle Zazulin. Zazulin driving it up, switching it onto his left foot. No player positioned for it except an FC Westchester defender. Zazulin. Ferrer. Zazulin winning the throw-in. Oh, it's still with FA Euro New York, FC Westchester. Last second clearance. That ball nearly exiting the venue for a second time. Ferrer. FA Euro New York once more. As I believe that was Ferrer who had checked in for that pass. Pavlo Ivchak. Ivchak with a left-footed cross dealt with by FC Westchester, not out of harm's way as Aristotle Zazulin went for a volley upon his immediate touch. Not a bad effort from Aristotle Zazulin, but one would have imagined that he wanted to take an extra touch. He's unafraid of those long-range chances. We've seen it firsthand here on Game and Frame, in fact. Zazulin with some help from Ferrer. Mikunda, his clearance being blocked. Of course, Zazulin, left-footed lob toward Rodriguez. Chris Rodriguez inside the penalty area. Rodriguez using the outside part of his foot. FA Euro New York inside the penalty area, trying to redirect it. He's offside. He's offside. Some smart movement off the ball from FC Westchester, making sure that Movsumov was in an illegal position at the very last second. The Westchester players took a chance, but it did pay off. Alejandro Ferrer. As Alejandro Ferrer displays confusion as to why the foul was called against him. And I can only imagine it was because he wasn't the affirmative ball possessor in this circumstance. Both players were equally going at it, however. Movsumov brought down. Free kick for FA Euro New York. A 52-yarder that's played quickly, but the ball was never stationary. So the free kick will have to be retaken. As we're inching closer and closer to the hour mark. Nothing has changed from the Pavlo Ivchak corner kick that turned into a successful cross to make it 2-0. It's remained the same otherwise. 51-yard service toward Alejandro Ferrer. Still with FA Euro New York. Johnny Beck. Johnny Beck lets it rip. Lets it fly. Lets it become a goal. What a goal by Johnny Beck. Right toward the bottom corner. Took advantage of the traffic inside the penalty area. As now FA Euro New York gets a 3-0 lead. FC Westchester looking for at least one goal back here. Westchester at least looking for a silver lining here in the form of a goal. Although a shot on target would also be heavily preferred. The away side has yet to register one officially. Frank Lou's hands have been kept otherwise really clean. As the Westchester player is still down on the ground. And the athletic staff is being asked to take a look at the player, and hopefully it's nothing severe. The player's still down on the ground. Oh, and that's not good. Hopefully he's able to get back up on his own power, or at least with a bit of assistance. But currently his right leg is being stretched. And eventually, with a bit of assistance, he does get back up on his own 2 feet. But the athletic staff continues to take a look at the player to make sure he's fit to continue. Rodriguez looking to apply pressure. Movsumov was the last one to touch the ball. Final 19 minutes. Winds are definitely starting to build up here. Again, I can't say anything game-changing, but one could definitely feel it. Unlike last week, and the week before that, Mikunda goes down, and Mikunda, as well as an FC Westchester player, both on the ground, both might have crashed into one another when they had contested for the ball. I think Mikunda is the first one to get back up on his own 2 feet. The Westchester player, on the other hand, still down on the ground. As FC Westchester, I believe, has its first corner kick of the game, if not the first one in a really long while. Westchester looking to make it 3-1. As FA Euro New York defends the corner kick. Westchester crossing it in once more. Apparently onside. Frank Liu required for a diving save there. Back-to-back corner kicks. FC Westchester causing enough commotion there inside the 6-yard box, hoping to force Liu into a mistake. Cross once more toward the far post. FC Westchester, perhaps with another chance. A left-footed short pass that Movsumov intercepts. And FA Euro New York wins the ball back with ease. As we are closing in on the final quarter hour of this game. FA Euro New York. To Zazulin. Left-hand side. With Ramocekic. Frank Liu, who has used his cleats today more than his gloves. Movsumov having to escape a trio of blue jerseys. And ultimately the pressure forces the inaccurate pass. Beck, the last to get his name in the scoreboard here. FC Westchester looking to change that. Still unable to do so. Rodriguez taking his time. FC Westchester with not a lot of that left. Still enough to perhaps stun the home side with a 3-goal rally. But it will need something special. Mikunda. Ball going out of play. Results in a throw-in for the away team. Westchester still looking for its official shot on target. Frank Liu guarding his near post now as he sees more and more blue jerseys inching closer. Jason Movsumov was not in bounds when he had touched the ball, so it's a throw-in. And a bicycle kick clearance makes its way past the halfway line. Aristotle Zazulin ends up committing the foul. Looked like it was going both ways again. as FC Westchester can't do much with that free kick. Aristotle toward Alejandro Ferrer. High kicking infractions, just now been a foul party. Back to back to back fouls here taking place in Brooklyn, New York. Matias Claudino hoping to extend the rally to 4 goals. This one was right in between Jason Movsumov and Rodriguez, but the goalkeeper was able to intercept it immediately. Likewise, lobbed forward by the visiting team, currently down in the scoreline with a 3-goal deficit. FA Euro New York now wins the ball back with a throw-in. And assuming this result stands, this would be the 3rd win in a row for FA Euro New York, according to MLS Next. The first win in this streak occurred against the Boston Bolts, in New England itself. The Brooklynites also followed up that performance with yet another away win, as FA Euro New York are minutes away, essentially, from what could be its first home win of the season. That is, at least according to MLS Next, in which upon seeing the schedule, one would see that all of FA Euro New York's wins this season had happened on the road, which is not something you get to see too often. And as stated in the first half, FA Euro New York is also in the midst of its first 2-game winning streak. This would be the 3rd today, as Rodriguez hunts down the ball from the goalkeeper. FC Westchester. Goalkeeper with a calm pass. Ramocekic, still with FA Euro New York, was thinking about the shot, instead retreats back. Lateral play. Interference from FC Westchester. Mikunda, who has been a big name in this match, constantly involving himself in every defensive play. Claudino doing the same. And instead, it's the midfielder who does his job, Matthew Rasiborski. Quickly cut down by Alejandro Ferrer. Alejandro, along the right wing, Jason Movsumov. Doesn't have to touch the ball. Well, according to the assistant referee's signal here, as well as the lead referee, it will be a throw-in. Though FA Euro New York would just be about an inch or two away from the corner kick spot, as we are within the final 10-minute range. 1 goal in this second half coming from FA Euro New York. Still with the team in white, or at least momentarily so, taken away by FC Westchester. Again, looking for a moral victory, looking for a silver lining. Ramocekic has Rodriguez at the vanguard to help him out. FA Euro New York with some very close man-to-man marking. There is no sort of zonal marking going on here. Everyone has an assignment. Final 9 minutes now, as the referee pulls out a yellow card against FC Westchester. We've seen a collection of those in this U15 match. Unlike the first 2 games of this triple header, where I believe there was only 1 combined yellow card. Mikunda. Has Claudino right next to him as well. as Mikunda faces a one-man wall. Mikunda lobbing it with the right foot. FC Westchester with good defending. Aristotle Zazulin escapes from one. Zazulin looking for an opportunity, looking for a sniff at goal. It's FC Westchester that snuffs those chances. We haven't really seen a registered shot in quite some time. It's really been a battle of the midfield. And another yellow card is pulled out. That we have seen. We've seen a good number of yellow cards, a good number of tackles as well in the middle third, but we really haven't seen the two ends here of the field being heftily utilized. "3-0 is the scoreline, yes. So one would be inclined to think that FA Euro New York has been very busy in the opposite half, let alone the opposite third. However, that wasn't really the case as the game went on. It's mostly been a war between the midfielders today, as FA Euro New York wanted to stun the goalkeeper, took the shot anyway, especially with a 3-0 scoreline with little time left. Ramo Cekic would be the nearest player to mark that specific defender. Mikunda exiting his normal position in the back line. That ball ricocheting off his elbow, which was elevated. The referee allows play to go on, so a generous call from the arbitrator. And Mikunda redeems himself with a sliding tackle. Westchester. With Ramo Cekic, who pokes it forward. As Rodriguez, likewise caught in a game of keep away. Mikunda, oh, that was a dangerous collision there. The referee has to pause the game eventually. Mikunda still down on the ground. As at least Mikunda is still moving around, in fact, albeit on the ground, but that's at least a good sign. Looked like he might have crashed the back of his head with the chest of the opponent. But he's clearly a warrior, as the throw-in is taken toward Lou. You don't get to see that too often. Mikunda. With already a touch on the ball after being knocked down. Ramo Cekic decides to burn out the clock as we are now within the final 5 minutes of this fixture. 3-0 is the scoreline. The first goal as a result of a deflection. The second goal coming from a Pavlo Ivchak cross. And the last goal, of course, scored by Beck. Matias Claudino to Mikunda. And once again, we talked about how this has been a war of the midfield. Oh, that was a clever play by Jason Mosumov. Rodriguez, the last to touch the ball itself as well, results in a throw-in for FC Westchester, who, unlike its U14 counterpart in this triple header, has not really been able to resurrect itself in the second half. Rodriguez with a long shot. Goalkeeper with very firm hands. And that's the first shot attempted in a very long while, let alone one that goes on target. But you don't expect a 35-yarder to make its way to the opposite goal. Cekic. That's a clean tackle against Joaquin Ciocchini. Still with FA Euro New York inside the penalty area, cleared away. Ferrer. Still with Joaquin Ciocchini. Joaquin had some help from Aristotle Zazulin, as Claudino has Mikunda. that name being announced a lot in this match. Defensively, he has been a rock. I don't think he lost a single aerial duel as FA Euro New York finds itself in the opposition's penalty area before it trickles out of bounds for a goal kick. A relatively quiet finale to this triple header. Though if you are a fan of defensive soccer, this would certainly be your treat. As Rasiborski has help from Joaquin Ciocchini, I believe. And yet another foul, another yellow card against FA Euro New York, I believe issued toward Joaquin Ciocchini. As we approach the final 2 minutes, excluding stoppage time, which I imagine is no more than 3 minutes. Ferrer to Rasiborski. Booted way up top. Aristotle Zazulin. Incredible first touch. Zazulin. Passing with the right foot. Ciocchini. Rodriguez. Movsumov. Wasn't anticipating that through pass, was rather expecting a direct distribution effort toward his own feet, rather into space. Final 90 seconds and counting. FA Euro New York. And guess who it is coming to the rescue? It's Pierre Mikunda. Mikunda trying to keep that clean sheet alive, as well as his teammates of the back line. With the initial shot blocked, the follow-up, Frank Liu, not required as the assistant referee had already raised the flag for offside had any blue jersey touched it. Final minute, Frank Liu in no rush. Well, each unit of FA Euro New York has scored at least 3 goals. The U13 match ended 3-3 in an electric fashion. The U14 match ended 3-1 in favor of FA Euro New York. And this one, so far, has been 3-0 as Rodriguez nearly takes the ball away from the goalkeeper in orange. Rodriguez unable to get his tackle in. Cekic, on the other hand, is able to turn that into something successful. Here comes Rodriguez! No! As we are now in stoppage time. And that's how you know we're playing with square posts. Had that been round, that would have made its way into the back of the net to make it 4-0. But just like that, we have witnessed the final touch of the ball in this MLS Next triple header. FA Euro New York dominates this game 3-0 in the midfield. Really a contest there rather than a contest of goalkeepers, than a contest of forwards. The midfielders and the back lines did their job respectively despite the 3-0 scoreline on both ends. It was just a matter of ambition. FA Euro New York getting its first home win of the season according to MLS Next. However, do stay tuned for some post-match action as we will have interviews with FA Euro New York itself. So for now, I have been Sean Cabrera, behind the camera has been Nicholas Marshall, and we thank you for tuning into this transmission and the upcoming action, of course, on Game in Frame.
My name is Austin Brummett. I'm a men's soccer player at San Diego State University and I play forward. The salt air case helps block odor from my cleats when I'm driving in my car or when I'm keeping my cleats inside my house, so I don't have to worry about it stinking up my room. It helps me keep track of my cleats and my shin guards so I know that they're together and I don't have to worry about tracking them down or losing them or stressing out about where they are. I would definitely rock this, walking to the games, walking around to my trainings. And it's super helpful for travel. When I travel in the airport to go to away games, it's not going to stink up my backpack or stink up the plane where I'm sitting. Magnetic strip on the top is super easy to open to take my cleats out and to put my cleats back in. I think it's an essential part of my outfit for soccer and it helps keep all my stuff organized and stink-free.
A quality highlight reel is crucial for college and pro recruitment. A lot of services offer generic solutions, but at Game & Frame we know every player is unique and needs a personalised approach to win over coaches. Our process is simple. We work with any footage, and if you need help finding your best plays, we'll review games for you. Once we've finished, you'll have a reel you can upload to any recruitment platform. We've helped hundreds of players get the attention they deserve, including placements in Division 1 programs. Scan the QR code or email us for a free consultation and start the journey to maximize your recruitment potential.
Live here from Brooklyn, New York. It's FA Euro New York that emerges victorious 3-0 versus its FC Westchester foes. Alongside me first is a key man in that back line, Peter Mikunda. Peter, I must have announced your name a ton of times today because you were constantly involved in all those challenges, all those clearances. So I was hoping you would talk about how important it is to see your hard work pay off with a clean sheet today.
Well, first of all, I wouldn't be able to do it without the other people in the back line. It's not like an individual job. There's 3 other people helping me out, and then the 3 sixes in front of me. But I'm just working hard, doing my job. If there's a 50-50, it's my job to win it. And at the end of the day, I just go strong and play out.
I also want to talk about the aggressive nature of this game. Not that it ever lost control or that there was too much chaos, but there was clearly a little bit of chippiness, but all for the game, all for the ball itself. So how were you able to keep your cool as well as your teammates while there was so many physical challenges?
Yeah, the game was very physical. At that point, you just got to stay composed. You don't want to get a yellow yourself, especially as a center back. It could be risky. You could get another yellow and you're suspended. So there I'm just trying to be clean, but if there's a needed yellow, I have to take it.
That does make sense, and after all, again, a clean sheet, clearly successful there.
Yeah.
Everything from a defensive standpoint, very well done. So, Peter, congratulations on the win, and congrats on the clean sheet.
Thank you.
All right. And alongside you, we have Georgi back. So, Georgi. Yeah, okay. There we go, making sure, Georgi. So, Georgi, you got that consolation goal to make it 3-0, a definitive win here for FA Euro New York. What was it like when you saw that ball crash the net, when you just decided to launch it from right around the borderline of the 18-yard box?
It was my first goal in this team in MLS Next FA Euro, and I'm so excited to this first goal, And I just try to put hard work and aggressive in midfield, and that's it.
So you mentioned being aggressive in the midfield. We're hoping just for one more secret or tip from you. It's no trick that you have stature to your advantage. Would you say that this helps you in aerial duels, especially in the middle third that we saw today?
Yeah, that helps. Playing aggressive is called it helps you to win balls and being patient. That helps Yeah, that's it.
That does make sense after all. And again, success being shown in the midfield area and a war of midfielders. It's FA Euro New York that again is victorious 3-0 versus FC Westchester. Georgi, congratulations and thank you very much. All right. Well, behind the camera has been Nicholas Marshall. I have been Sean Cabrera, and we both thank you for tuning in to this MLS Next triple header on Game in Frame.